Alright folks, sorry for the delay. I hope everyone is having a fantastic night so far. If you haven't already, remember, like that stream and hit the subscribe button. We'll be getting right to it very shortly. Okay, well, we got a lot of stuff to cover. Better get to it. Glad you're here, Robert G. Let's see here. Well, we are going to start in America first and then move into global politics. Ah, I've got nobody. Just for context, the title of this video is Trump is facing 4 criminal indictments. Here's a breakdown of the cases.
Donald Trump has become the first former American president to face criminal charges, and it's happening as he's running to retake office. Prosecutors have been gathering evidence against him ever since his first term as president. While Trump's many civil lawsuits threaten his wallet and livelihood, his 4 criminal indictments could put him behind bars. There's the New York hush money case, the classified documents case in Florida, and cases in Georgia and Washington, D.C. involving his efforts to overturn his 2020 election loss. So what happens if Trump is convicted in any one of these cases? Before we get into that, let's break down the ongoing cases, starting with the hush money case.
No matter who you are, we cannot and will not normalize serious criminal conduct.
In March 2023, the state of New York formally charged Trump with 34 felony counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. Trump pleaded not guilty. The Manhattan District Attorney's Office investigated Trump for years, looking at various potential crimes involving Trump and his businesses. A grand jury in Manhattan spent months investigating money paid during Trump's 2016 presidential campaign to 2 women, porn actor Stormy Daniels,
hi everyone,
and Playboy model Karen McDougal. Both women say that they had extramarital encounters with Trump, who denies the allegations. Prosecutors allege that during the 2016 election, Trump's former lawyer, Michael Cohen, paid Stormy Daniels $130,000 through Cohen's shell company. Trump then reimbursed Cohen during his presidency in 2017. His company logged the reimbursements as legal expenses, which prosecutors say was an attempt to conceal what was really happening. Earlier in 2016, Cohen also arranged for Karen McDougal to be paid $150,000 by the publisher of the National Enquirer in order to keep her quiet about an affair she said she had with Trump. The DA says that the payments violated New York election law and were used to hide damaging information from the public. In order to convict Trump, prosecutors must prove that there was an intent to defraud and that the records were falsified with the intention of committing, aiding, or concealing a second crime. 2 other cases revolve around Trump's refusal to accept the loss of the 2020 election. The first case alleges that Trump and his associates tried to overturn the results of the 2020 election in Georgia.
So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than
The number 11,780 will live in infamy.
we have, because we won the state, and flipping the state is a great testament to our country.
We have to stand by our numbers. We believe our numbers are right.
Well, why do you say that, though? I don't even know why you have a side, because you should want to have an accurate election. And you're a Republican.
We believe that we do have an accurate election.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have, not even close.
Trump's repeated claims of election fraud are false. He narrowly lost what is traditionally a red state. And election...
I don't understand what's up with him. He's a very strange man. And I feel like for a guy who used to be, or still, right? Like involved with mafiosos and stuff like that, he sure says a lot of stuff on the phone. He just says whatever he wants to.
Officials counted the votes 3 times before certifying Joe Biden's win by a margin of 11,779 votes. After a Fulton County grand jury reviewed the evidence, Trump and 18 of his associates were indicted in Georgia over their efforts to overturn the result.
You know how much I love infographics. Look at this. Look at this one. Oh my God. Oh, we got some obvious ones here to the top. Some of these people, though, I'm very unfamiliar with, and I genuinely feel like we should do a deep dive on who all these people are. Since it's pretty quiet in chat, that's exactly what I'm about to do. So, to whoever is currently watching, I hope you enjoy this deep dive on this this grand picture we have in front of us. Okay, so let's just go through this list here. Obviously, in the middle, we got Donald Trump, who's currently got 13 counts, 1 count of violation of the Georgia RICO Act, 3 counts of solicitation of violation of oath by public officer, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit forgery in the first degree, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit false statements and writings, 2 counts of false statements and writings. 1 count. Those two up against each other, the juxtaposition of that is so good. 1 count of conspiracy to commit filing false documents, 1 count of filing false documents, and conspiracy to commit to impersonating a public officer. My God. It's always bad when you're indicted for the conspiracy to do a thing and then the doing of the thing. It's much harder to prove if it's just a conspiracy. We got number 2. We got Rudy Giuliani up here in the top left-hand corner. If you're not aware of this oil leaking individual, he is indicted on 13 counts. 1 count of violation of the Georgia RICO Act, 3 counts of solicitation of violation of oath by a public officer, 3 counts of false statements and writing, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit false statements and writing, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit forgery in the first degree, 1 count of conspiracy to commit impersonating a public officer, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit filing false documents. Okay, number 3. John Eastman. Where are you, John? Where are you? You got a funny looking face. Where's this guy? Oh, this right here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this guy over here. You can see where my mouse is pointing. I believe this is John Eastman, who is indicted on 9 counts. That's a bit shy of 13, but still quite a few. 1 count of violation of the Georgia RICO Act, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit forgery in the first degree, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit false statements and writings, 1 count of solicitation of violation of oath by a public officer, 1 count of conspiracy to commit filing false documents, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit impersonating a public officer, with the final one being 1 count of filing false documents. Okay. And actually, I'm going to bring this over here so we can all see kind of what I'm looking at a little bit. Actually, no, I'm just going to keep reading it. You don't need to see this. Okay, Mark Meadows. A pretty recognizable face up here in the top left-hand corner, right next to Rudy Giuliani. He's only on 2 counts. 1 count of violation of the Georgia RICO Act and 1 count of solicitation of violation of oath by a public officer. Short and sweet. Short and sweet. Violating the Georgia RICO Act and soliciting the violation of oath by public officer. Okay, then. Ooh, Kenneth Chesbrough competing to be, I think, number 4, maybe, in most indictments, it would seem. Wait, I don't have a picture of Kenneth Chesbrough. We got to make sure that we get him right. Where are you, Kenneth? I think this is Kenneth Chesbrough up in the top. Yes. Yeah, okay. I was right. Just didn't want to be wrong. My memory sometimes isn't the best. So yeah, up here in the top middle above Trump is Kenneth Chesbrough. He's indicted on 7 counts here in this Georgia conspiracy to commit fraud case, and he's got let's see, starting off with 1 count of violation of the Georgia RICO Act, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit forgery in the first degree, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit false statements and writings, 1 count of conspiracy to commit filing false documents, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit impersonating a public officer. Okay, wow, he's up there. I think he might be number 4 right now in terms of the people that we've reviewed. Coming after old John Eastman, who I believe was the former White House counsel. All right, Jeffrey Clark, only 2 counts. He's really, if it's a competition, he's got some work to do. Wait, where are you, Jeffrey? Why are you not on my screen in front of me? Wait, is this him? He's not wearing glasses? That's throwing me off. In this picture I'm looking at of him, he's wearing glasses. I'm almost positive this man here in the bottom, sort of middle left, I believe that man is Jeffrey Clark. But he's down low on the list with only 2 counts of, on his indictment, 1 count of violation of the Georgia RICO Act. You know, that seems to be the main one. Everybody seems to be getting indicted under the violations of the Georgia RICO Act. Something of a trend. 1 count of criminal attempt to commit false writings and statements. Okay. Well, Jenna Ellis. I think Jenna Ellis is this woman in between Kenneth Chesbro and Mark Meadows. Wait, what is that? Was that wrong? I think. Yeah. Right? God damn it. Why do I have to Wikipedia all your stupid faces? Keeping account of Republicans is hard work. Yes, I guessed right. Look at me. I am 2 for 2 on the guesses so far, I think. Okay. So yeah, Jenna Ellis is also down there in the bottom tier right now. I think we're calling her F tier in terms of number of counts. An A tier or S tier is going to be the most counts. So yeah, she's got 2 as well. 1 count of violation of the Georgia RICO Act and 1 count of solicitation of violation of oath by a public officer. So unlike Jeffrey Clark back here, she didn't write false things. She attempted to induce other people to write false things or say false things. Okay. Ooh, Ray Smith. He is way up there. Well done, Ray Smith. Wow, that's a big number, pal. Good job. Okay, yeah. I was not familiar with this man previously, but this very sulky, surly looking man in the blue polo shirt here on the left-hand side, that is Ray Smith III. He is up there. He's like at least A tier right now, maybe S tier, because he's got 12 counts. I think anybody who's got like 12 or 13 counts, they're going to be S tier. Just because that's how many counts that Donald Trump has in this case. So if you're up there competing with Donald Trump, you really helped sell this thing. Okay, this list is long. Ray Smith, indicted on 12 counts. 1 count of violation of the Georgia RICO Act. 3 counts of solicitation of violation of oath by a public officer. 2 counts of false statements and writing. 2 counts of conspiracy to commit forgery in the first degree. 2 counts of conspiracy to commit false statements and writings. 1 count of conspiracy to commit impersonating a public officer, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit filing false documents. Wow. This whole thing seems like a really bad episode. Actually, maybe a really good episode, depending on how you you want to see it. Of like Better Call Saul or something like that. Like, it's just a bunch of people, oh God, just attempting to circumvent all the laws. Okay, here, Robert Cheeley. I don't know what you look like either, pal. How don't I know? None of the people are really being talked about, or I am not hearing about them individually. But I think they all kind of deserve a little bit of scrutiny, don't you think? Maybe it's just me. Okay, Robert Cheeley. Seemed like a real idiot. Okay, Val, well, he's a lawyer. So he's clearly smart enough to get through law school, just not smart enough to not commit crimes against the government. So, I'm not mistaken, because this is kind of a huge sea of white guys with no real labeling. But I'm pretty sure this man down here in the bottom, underneath Donald Trump, with the sort of grayish hair, that is Bob Cheeley. And Bob Cheeley is A tier. He's got 10 counts right now. He's not quite S tier. You know, he's really done his job. He's really done his part, but he's just not a superhero in this situation, right? He's down lower. Super villain, I guess. but in terms of tier leveling, if obviously. Anyways, 10 counts for Robert Shealy here. And yeah, that is 1 count of violation of the Georgia RICO Act, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit forgery in the first degree, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit false statements and writings, 1 count of conspiracy to commit impersonating a public officer, 1 count of conspiracy to commit filing false documents, 1 count of solicitation of violation of oath by a public officer, and 1 count of false statements and writings. Oh, and he's got, oh wow, that's very interesting. Nobody here has been. So apparently this guy's already been under oath and lied about it, and so he's also got 1 count of perjury. Good job. Robert Shealy might actually be competing for S tier because he's found an indictment no one else has. So I gotta say that we might have to actually pull out a real S tier list, like a real tier list here, and start really doing this because this competition is really heating up. Oh, hey, my dogs. How's it going, brother? Okay. Well, that was Robert Shealy. Not sure on where he's going in there. Now, we got somebody very middling now. We got Michael Roman. He's only got 7 counts. That's it's definitely gonna get him into the B tier probably. Trump staff member Michael Roman is named among several of the co-defendants who allegedly worked together from December 11th, 2020 through December 25th, 2020 in several states, including Georgia and Arizona, to commit acts in furtherance of the conspiracy. His counts include 1 count of violation of the Georgia RICO Act, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit forgery in the first degree, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit false statements and writings, 1 count of conspiracy to commit impersonating a public officer, 1 count of conspiracy to commit filing false documents. Oh boy. Wow, these guys are, together and combined, I think we've already gone through about 100 or so indictments or counts of criminality. My my dogs. I'm glad you're enjoying Guess Who criminal indictment probe 2024. I thought this video was gonna go much faster. It was like 6.5 minutes. Then I was like, okay, that shouldn't. 7 minutes. I was like, that shouldn't be too bad. Maybe I'll take a few breaks. We hit this infographic, and I was like, I only know like 3 or 4, maybe, like names on this thing. We gotta go deep dive, and so we have now really gone there. And you know what? Since I'm only like halfway there, I'm about to do something. There's just so many of them. Exactly. I feel like we need some sort of system here. Nice. Of course this exists. So it makes my life so much easier. Oh god, I have a sickness. Sickness which needs to be cured by streaming. Okay. This is happening, chat. Get ready for it. Gotta do a real quick thing. Okay. I've done a thing. Okay. And actually, I feel like this is almost a bad format. I almost need to make it. I almost feel like I need to change how I'm doing this. Maybe full screen this. Yeah. Don't worry, I'm still here. Hey, what's going on, Mono? Good to see you. Good to see you. We are just I've decided to take a hard right turn on this stream right now to do a tier list of the Trump co-defendants in the Georgia RICO case. So, I'm doing a little on-the-fly photo shopping while I try and keep you entertained. So actually, I'm gonna play just like a little bit of music, just so that there's not too much silence. I'll try and respond to what you people are saying in chat, but I'm just trying to do a little bit of design work quickly. Hopefully, I get a good system going here. Okay. Adobe Photoshop, go. Oh, there's a way faster way to do this. Why am I doing this way? Oh, there's a way faster way to do this. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that you didn't get much sleep last night, Mono. That's unfortunate. At least you had some vids to watch, apparently. I'll try and make this as fast as possible. It feels very strange to be saving a bunch of pictures of Republicans onto my computer right now, but that's what's happening. That's definitely what's happening. No. Oh, that's not it. Mark Rebier. Mark Rebier is awesome. He is awesome. He's really talented. Really talented. He's got like a great, like, sort of vibe and shtick. I like his thing. He's always had it going on. Oh, that's what I should have been doing this whole time. Oh, I'm an idiot. I sometimes wonder what's going through my head. Underwater basket weaving? Underwater basket weaving? Why would you do it underwater? Seems very strange. You guys are funny. I'm almost done, chat. I'm almost done, by the way. Getting through it. It's just taking me a minute to get 18 different photos on here and do this impromptu tier list. You didn't know that the tier list was a thing? Wait, what? Oh no, you didn't know that the underwater basket... Wait, it's an actual thing? Oh my god, that is a real thing. Okay, okay, apparently Moa knows exactly what's up with that. Wow. Basket weaving in the bathtub? That's crazy. Okay. Very interesting. I never would have thought. Okay. Wow. Wow, chat. Wow. That's all I've got for you right now. Over here trying to do important stuff, and you're making jokes. Once again. And I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Makes my job easier. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Learning things as I work over here. What a great job. Oh, wait, what? There's... Oh, right, they're co-defendants. Of course, there's 19. That makes sense. That makes sense. Alright, 2 more. Why isn't this coming up? Wait, that's... I don't think that's him. Is it? I don't think that's him. Why don't we have a fucking picture for this guy? Wait, is that Scott Hall? I'm so confused. Now you want to watch underwater basketball. This is problematic. Wait, no, it's this guy. They all look the same to you? You're kind of right. That's why this is taking me so long. Kind of right. Oh my god, I labeled this guy wrong. Okay. I blame Google. The majority of them, yes. Absolutely. Okay. All right, let's try to do this. I'm gonna need to move one window to be able to do this properly. music. Alright, it's a little bit of an awkward position for me, but I can withstand it for the content. Woke moralists don't talk about basketry anymore. You're so true. You're so true. Truest. Okay, so we're gonna redo this slightly. Just slightly. Okay. We're going to do it slightly different until we get to a certain point, because we kind of already did part of it. But if you're not already aware, part of our current situation we're dealing with is, well, the whole situation we're dealing with, so we're making a tier list of Trump co-defendants. Whoops. Yep, there we are. Here's the tier list. Right? Okay. Well, this is the graphic of all of them, right? And we paused it on this video and decided, hey, well, by we I mean me. This deserves a tier list with this many candidates for top tier. I mean, we're gonna have to really parse this one out, I feel. Oops, I'm covering up this man's face. Not that his face is important, but, well, it's important in some way. There's really not a good spot for me, I feel like. It's gonna be way over here. So tiny. Sorry, I fixed it. I fixed it. Alright, this is what we're looking at. Now, tier list time. We're going to start off with Donald Trump. Donald Trump is getting S tier, obviously. He's got the most counts out of everybody. And it's kind of his deal. It was his pony show, and we got to give respect to him for his subverting of democracy, right? Like, he deserves S tier defendant because he is the defendant. Everybody else is just a co-defendant, so he's gonna have to take S tier, unfortunately. Automatically starts off in first place. Everybody else is just gonna have to try and keep up. I'm adding images as we go here, so please try and what's the word? Try and have patience with me, if you would. Okay. There we are. Here he is. S tier. S tier criminal. There we go. He's up at the top. A person could play old maid card game, and whoever gets the Trump card loses. That would be an interesting variant for sure. Okay, well, Trump is in S tier right now for being the most indicted. Good job. And just to wrap it up, he's got 13 counts. So it's gonna be hard to beat. Next, we got Rudy Giuliani, who is going to try and compete in this arena. He also has 13 counts. He's basically Donald Trump if Donald Trump leaked oil from his forehead. So he's also going to be getting S tier. Good job, Rudy. Good job. And just to remind everybody, Rudy Giuliani has been well, this is the list of his indictments, okay? It's 1 count of violation of the Georgia RICO Act, 3 counts of solicitation of violation of oath by public officer, 3 counts of false statements in writing, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit false statements in writings, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit forgery in the first degree, 1 count of conspiracy to commit impersonating a public officer, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit filing false documents. Okay, Rudy, let's get you on the tier list, pal. You made it. You're S tier, pal. I tried to, it was partly hard to find some of these people, but everybody else I tried to find slightly funny pictures for them, so I hope you do enjoy it. I mean, it's not the best. I feel like I could do better, but I was also a little pressed for time. You know what I mean? So I'm just Just one man trying to do my best. Where is this one? There it is. Aha. Okay, Rudy. You too are also in S tier. He made it. Exactly. He did it. Congratulations, sir. You've won the prize. Sorry, I'm trying to make it look nicey nice. Come on, go. Go, web, go. Exactly. Wait, yeah. Yeah, Robert, I'm doing my best. We're all doing our best. Let's see. Who's next on the list? By the way, let's just read a quick synopsis here. According to prosecutors in Fulton County, one-time Trump personal attorney Rudy Giuliani aided Trump in perpetrating a sweeping effort to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election in the state, including by making false statements to state election officials and contributing to the harassment of two election workers, Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss. So good job, Rudy Giuliani. You really did your best to subvert democracy. Okay, who's next on the list? All right, John Eastman, former White House counsel, or is it White House counsel? It was something. We'll get through this. We'll get through this. John Eastman, 9 counts. 1 count of violation of the Georgia RICO Act. 2 counts of conspiracy to commit forgery in the first degree. 2 counts of conspiracy to commit false statements and writings. 1 count of solicitation of violation of oath by a public officer. 1 count of conspiracy to commit filing false documents. 1 count of conspiracy to commit impersonating public officer, and 1 count of filing false documents. Now, he's definitely not S tier. I'm not even sure if he's A tier. So for now, we're gonna stick him in B tier. You know, he worked for the administration. For sure, he was definitely involved, but he's only got 9 counts right now. It's somewhere between B and A tier for me right now. I'll make the final decision at the end, I suppose. It is. It's a close. It's already a close race. It's already a close race. Adding Eastman onto the slide. There you are, Eastman. All right, pal. You're gonna be B tier for now, and part of it's gonna be because of that cowboy hat that you got going on. I hope this is a effective tool for everybody. Let's just look again at the faces, although the faces are now being covered up by other faces. Maybe by the end of this, there will be no more faces behind it, and we'll just have the tier list. Okay. All right. Who's next on my list? Oh, I should finish reading about John Eastman. The indictment names former Trump election lawyer. Oh, that's right. He was a Trump election lawyer. John Eastman, among those allegedly involved in a scheme to commit public officers, to solicit public officers to unlawfully appoint Georgia presidential electors. Eastman attorney called the indictment a political move in a statement to the Washington Examiner. I'm like reading over my shoulder right now. Lawyers everywhere should be sleepless over this latest stunt to criminalize their advocacy, Eastman's attorney Harvey Silvergate said. Okay, pal. Okay. Right. Right. Okay. Wait, why is it E tier? It should be F tier. Whatever. We might have to fix this down here. I might have to make another graphic. Because that's unacceptable. Why is that E? I've never heard of. What is E tier? Give me a different tier list. This is unacceptable. Oh wait, am I blocking something out? I feel like maybe I'm blocking something out. Either way, unimportant. Okay, back to the tier list. Who do we got next? Oh, Mark Meadows. Well, now Mark Meadows. This is going to be complicated because Mark Meadows has been pretty involved in this whole thing, but he's only indicted on 2 counts right now. So I don't know if he's gonna make it real high on this tier list. Unfortunate for Mark, because this competition to be the biggest subverter of American democracy is on the line right now. Okay, Mark, let's read what your counts are. He's got 1 count of violation of the Georgia RICO Act, which, as we established earlier in the stream, seems to be the underlying indictment that absolutely every single one of these co-defendants is being charged with. And his second count is a count of solicitation of violation of oath by public officer. Okay, Mark, let's read a little bit about how you were involved before we give you an actual tier ranking. Want some Photoshop tutorial sometime? That's funny. Actually, this required 0 photoshopping. I cheated. I'm just doing it all on my streaming software right now. I was going to Photoshop it and decided that would take too long and went a different route. Okay. That was bugging me. Rudy wasn't perfectly centered and I needed to fix that. He looks worried. Am I wrong? Rudy's sweating kind of profusely up there. I think he's concerned that he's going to be overtaken by somebody else. Let's see here. Let's see, yeah. So among the actions attributed to Trump's former... Let's try that once more. Among the actions attributed to Trump's former chief of staff on December 22nd, 2020, Mark Meadows traveled to Cobb County Center and attempted to observe the signature match audit being performed by law enforcement officers and officials from the Georgia Secretary of State, despite the fact that the process was not open to the public. The indictment stated the officials prevented Meadows from entering the space where the audit was being conducted, according to the indictment. A day later, Trump placed a call to the office of the Georgia State. Okay, so basically, Meadows, he might get a little bit, you could benefit from some Photoshop tutorials. Well, maybe I'll do one. Maybe I'll do one at one point. I'm not that good, honestly. Like, I'm okay. There's people who are way better than me. Just 100%. It's guaranteed. But if there's anything in particular you want or need help with, I could maybe help. I think that might bump him up. I was ready to give him an E tier, but he's gonna get a D tier for being sort of like a pioneer. You know what I mean? Like he was very much involved, and in fact was one of the first ones to really go in there and try and subvert democracy in person. So good job, Mark. You just got bumped up. Wow. It's real competition already. People just, they don't want to give up on this. They want to be the worst, and that's fine. I'm here to make sure they get their recognition. It's only fair. It's only fair. D tier for Mark Meadows. Good job, Mark. You're almost at the bottom. Almost at the bottom of the barrel. A little too big. That's what she said. Okay. I'm focused. I'm ready. There we go. Mark's in D tier. Good job, Mark. Saved yourself being a complete embarrassment in life. At least you can go home and tell your wife that this is your one and only real accomplishment. Okay, next. And, oh, shit. I should just make another. No, is that going to help? Actually, I could. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. How do I do this? How should I do this? Yeah, I'm just going to do it this way. Full screen reference 1. Just so I can kind of go back and forth between these two. Although I guess I could have just done this, huh? Whoops, not that. That. Yeah, okay. So just a reminder, these are the people we're currently assessing right now. It's this large group of individuals. Okay, well, back to the tier list. Just gonna delete that. Don't need it. No. No, don't do that. Remove this one. Never mind. Hey, Brandy Nuance, welcome. We are doing a Trump co-defendant tier list to see who it was that was most involved and at the forefront of subverting democracy, or at least the attempt. All right, who's next on our list? We have got... Ooh, we got somebody that I didn't know that much about until this situation. All right, Kenneth Chesbro. He is very much middling. See, he might very well get into C tier right now, I think. He's got 7 counts under his belt. 1 count of violation of the Georgia RICO Act, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit forgery in the first degree. And actually, I'm going to do this a slightly different way, just so that we can all kind of have something to reference as I talk. And I don't want to switch between a million screens. Sounds super fun. I'm glad. That's the plan. Hopefully it all goes accordingly. Where's Kenneth? I have a picture of Kenneth on here somewhere. Where'd he go? Kenneth. Did I not get a Kenneth picture? What is happening? Sorry, guys. Chat. That's a fail right there. That is a fail. Where I could have sworn, like, to you all that I had gone diligently through this list and gotten every single person's picture on my computer. It was almost disturbing. But apparently I missed Kenneth Chesbro, and we are now on him. So we're going to need a picture. Ah, there you are, Kenneth. You almost slipped past me. You weaselly motherfucker. Okay, Kenneth, we're gonna get your picture on the thing. Don't you worry, pal. Okay, Kenneth. Oh, why is this picture so tiny? No, it's too small. That's what she said. Dogs are goth. Favorite goth in chat. Okie dokie. There's Kenneth. Oh God, Kenneth, that's much too big. That's what she said. Take 2. Okay, Kenneth. We're gonna have it somewhat big actually, because let's start it off with where we're just like looking directly at Kenneth. So Kenneth, he's got 7 counts. So like I was saying, I feel like he might end up in C tier, but depending on how involved he was, he might get to B. He might get to B with John Eastman there. Okay. 1 count of violation of the Georgia RICO Act, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit forgery in the first degree, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit false statements and writings, 1 count of conspiracy to commit filing false documents, 1 count of conspiracy to commit impersonating a public officer. Okay. It seems pretty normal. That's really making me think C tier here. Alright, the indictment describes how several of the co-defendants, including attorney Kenneth Chesbro, allegedly worked together from December 11, 2020 through December 25 the same year in several states, including Georgia and Arizona, to commit acts in furtherance of the conspiracy. The acts include Chesbro sending emails to co-defendant Michael Roman regarding Trump presidential elector nominees in other states, according to the indictment. On December 13, 2020, Chesbro also sent an email to Giuliani outlining the multiple strategies for disrupting and delaying the joint session of Congress on January 6, 2021. Kenneth, you just did it. Kenneth, oh my God, Kenneth, great job. Why don't I need a stream board to go along with all this, because he deserves applause for that. And I'm not streaming on Twitch, so nobody on Twitch can use my... I don't have to read anymore. He did it. You did it, Kenneth. You made it to B tier. You made it to B tier. You lined all the dots up and said January 6th. We can do this, people. That was your idea, pretty much, is what it sounds like. Let me just read that again. Chesbro sent an email on December 13th of 2020 to Rudy Giuliani outlining the multiple strategies for disrupting and delaying the joint session of Congress on January 6th of 2021. July 6th, get the fuck out. So that's it. He's in there. He is in there. I mean, I almost want to give him A tier, but he's only got the 7 counts. So it's really just the strategizing. And I mean, the strategy is important. And so he definitely deserves recognition for that, which is why he's getting up a tier. If maybe he just committed a few more crimes, he might have gotten up further. But, you know, that's in the past. You know, pal, we got to assess the facts on the ground. And B tier is where Chesbro gets to be. Right here next to John Eastman, almost like John Eastman's gonna give him a little kiss on the ear. Oh, it's so sweet. Look how much they like each other. Maybe they'll share a cell. That would be like a love story for the ages. They both made it to B tier, and they both can then, well, let's just continue on here. What do you say, folks? Number 6. Okay, number 6 is going to be Jeffrey Clark. Okay, Jeffrey. Well, Jeffrey only has 2 counts under his belt. 1 count of violation of the Georgia RICO Act, which is very standard. He's not getting any points for that. 1 count of criminal attempt to commit false writings and statements is also, it's very, very, very average. And with only 2 counts, I'm concerned for Jeffrey right now. He's not going to look very good amongst his peers on this tier list. Okay, wait, I am still behind. I should have added Jeffrey to the screen. So sorry, chat. I'm doing my best. There's just so many of them. There's just so many of them. I guess I could add them all at once, but that just seems even more annoying to me right now. That's a task. It's an actual task, and I'm not interested. Wait, show options. There we go, desktop. Jeffrey, where are you, bud? HIJ. Huh? I know I got a Jeffrey Clark picture. Is it under C? Did I not label it? I'm almost positive I labeled it. F in chat. You feel like I have a patient audience? It does seem like that because I am not moving very fast right now, and I apologize. This is totally on me. If only I was better. If only I was better. And yet, I am not. Just one man. And somehow, this man is failing at his job. I literally could have sworn I had this picture. Might as well just grab another one. Just clutter my desktop some more right now. No big deal, no big deal. Okay, Jeffrey Clark. Here you go, pal. You're in. Wait, what was the name of that? Hold on a sec. Okay, here is Mr. Jeffrey Clark. Monop is in no rush. I'm glad, because we are going to get through this. We will get through this, hopefully faster as things progress. Maybe I will get better at this. But yes, the indictment alleges that Jeffrey Clark, a U.S. Justice Department official in the Trump administration, made false statements to senior DOJ officials, urging the officials to let him convey the false information to Georgia State officials. So he was like an interlocutor, like a middleman on all this. He's only got 2 counts. I say if you middleman, if you're just a middleman, you get E tier. 2 counts and middlemaning. We're not gonna reward that sort of laissez-faire attitude here, pal. Okay, you're either a criminal who tried to subvert the election, or you're not. Quit what's the word? Quit goose stepping. Wait, what's wrong, BCat? You didn't get a notification. That is F tier. That is F tier. It's okay though. We're getting through this. We are 7 down, 11 to go. Wow, it's a long list. Okay. Jenna Ellis is next on the list here. Oh, Jenna, you're too far over. There you go. There you go. All right, Jenna. Let's see what Jenna has done. Oh, Jenna's only got 2 counts. Just sort of, you know, testing the waters of election tampering. She's got 1 count of violation of the Georgia RICO Act and 1 count of solicitation of violation of oath by a public officer. And, by the way, I've been reading this all from ABC News article written by Meredith DeLiso and Mark Osborne. Oh my god, there's so many emotes. The emotes are real. Alright, back to Jenna. Jenna, 2 counts. Jenna Ellis, who was a legal advisor for Trump and his 2020 re-election campaign, was cited in the indictment for making false statements concerning fraud. Regarding the election in Georgia on November 3rd of 2020, the indictment also names her among those allegedly involved in a scheme to solicit public officers to unlawfully appoint Georgia presidential electors. Ellis responded to the indictment on social media, saying the Democrats and the Fulton County DA are criminalizing the practice of law. I am resolved to trust the Lord, and I will simply continue to honor, praise, and serve him. So I think Jenna is also going to get E tier. If you're just on social media, just kind of, you know, talking shit, I think it's pretty clear that she didn't try hard enough to subvert democracy to be up, even with like the likes of a Kenneth Chesbro or an Eastman. She's down here in E tier as well. Okay. Whoa. What? Whatever. Yeah, I'll fix it in a second. Go web, go. Yeah. It's actually a reasonably flattering picture of her. I feel like she should definitely thank me for that, but I'm sure I won't get the credit for being such a nice guy. At least I didn't give her a sweat face like Rudy Giuliani over here. Okay. Where are we at now? Okay, we're done with Jenna. Okay, we're gonna go back to the real competition here for S tier right now. We got Ray Smith the Third up next. Let's get Ray's face on the screen. Now this very creepy looking man in front of you, kind of scowling directly through your computer screen and or phone, is Ray Smith III. He's... we got a little work to do with Ray. 12 counts, so he might very well make it to S tier, depending on how this all goes down. Let's read up on Ray Smith. He has been indicted on 1 count of violation of the Georgia RICO Act, 3 counts of solicitation of violation of oath by a public officer, 2 counts of false statements and writings, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit forgery in the first degree, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit false statements and writings, 1 count of conspiracy to commit impersonating a public officer, 1 count of conspiracy to commit false violence. I'm already thinking he's getting S tier. I mean, wow. He basically did every sort of false thing you could do. He basically lied and schemed in every possible way to get himself to where he is in these 12 indictments. The indictments name. I'm sorry. The indictment names. I keep using indictments, but it's really one indictment, isn't it? In multiple counts. It names Georgia lawyer Ray Smith III among those allegedly involved in a scheme to solicit public officers to unlawfully appoint Georgia electors. So yeah, all right, Ray. I mean, you have done a vast amount of work at subverting democracy. My guy, you are up here with Rudy Giuliani and Donald Trump. How do you feel?
I feel okay.
Okay. That was, I have no idea how he sounds, but I assume that's what he sounds like. If you guys know what he sounds like, feel free to check me in chat. But, you know, I do my best in real time. What's next? Robert Cheeley. Okay, Robert Cheeley. What do you have for us? Where did I put your face, Robert? I'm just gonna call him Cheeley. Mr. Cheeley, what are you doing? Okay, here he is. Sorry for the delay. Robert Cheeley. Okay, Robert. Making Roberts look bad, absolutely. Okay, Robert Cheeley, 1 count. Oh, I'm sorry. He's got 10 counts. So he is fighting to be an S tier, but he might be demoted to A tier. But I think unless for some reason he's done something in post to make him be a B tier election subverter, I think I know where he will wind up. But let's try and parse this out. So, he's got 1 count of violation of the Georgia RICO Act, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit forgery in the first degree, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit false statements and writings, 1 count of conspiracy to commit impersonating a public officer, 1 count of conspiracy to commit filing false documents, 1 count of solicitation of violation of oath by public officer, and 1 count of false statements and writings. Ooh, and 1 count of perjury. That's right. We were talking about this previously. Robert Cheeley, one of the only people in the list, I think the only person on the list to have perjured himself already in relation to this whole situation. Okay, so while he might not have all the counts that, say, a Rudy Giuliani has, he has managed to already lie under oath about what happened in the election. So good job, Robert. Everybody give Cheeley a round of applause for making it into an S tier idiot. Whoopsies. There you go. Actually, you're too fucking... What is wrong with you? You don't love the eye contact from dogs? Do you feel like they're expecting something from you? Is that what's going on? Okay. Okay. I'm focusing in. Michael Roman. I know I have your picture as well, Roman. There you go, pal. Get in here. Get in here. You're involved in this. Don't try and hide. We have you right here in front of us. Okay. This in front of you is Michael Roman. He has been indicted on 7 counts. 1 count of violation of the Georgia RICO Act. 2 counts of conspiracy to commit forgery in the first degree, and 2 counts of conspiracy to commit false statements and writings. 1 count of conspiracy to commit impersonating a public officer, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit filing false documents. Oh boy. All right, now let's read what he did, because that all doesn't compute. So maybe we can get context to this. Trump staff member Michael Roman is named among several of the co-defendants who allegedly worked together from December 11th through December 25th of 2020 in several states, including Georgia and Arizona, to commit acts in furtherance of the conspiracy. Among the acts, Roman instructed an individual associated with the Trump campaign to distribute information related to the December 14th, 2020 meetings of Trump presidential elector nominees in Georgia, Arizona, Michigan, Nevada, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin to other individuals associated with the campaign, the indictment alleges. Wow. And Roman's attorney was not available for comment when this article was written. Shocking, and also just unexpected that they wouldn't have comment on this. I'm actually impressed. I'm more impressed than I thought I was going to be. I thought he was going to go into like a C tier, but he's going to make it into B tier right here, along with John Eastman and I almost forgot his name now. Shoot. Kenneth Chesbro. Okay. Okay, well done. Well done. Unexpected. Unexpected turn of events. Nobody's in A tier right now, or C tier. You're either B tier or S tier. That's kind of where we're at. Or you're just at the bottom of the heap, just kind of doing the bidding of others. But these 7 really seem to be taking the attention right now. Okay. Next one is David Schaefer, who is the former state senator of Georgia and the former GOP chair in Georgia as well. Oh my God, David Schaefer, you're so white, I'm blinded right now, pal. Good God, look at that face. So white that it looks like somebody took the exposure pen and went, ah, okay. Wait, what's happening? A bunch of messages going on here. I'm gonna take a pause from the tier list and read some messages. What's happening? You'd hear hurry up from me, depending on the weather. Yes, but also cut eye contact immediately. The only dog that's in my life right now is more like a Karen than a dog. I'm not sure how that works, but maybe we'll get an explanation. I live with a couple very old dogs, and I think I'd often say, good job, buddy, you're doing it, but no eye contact. Yeah, I'm sure the dog knew what you meant, Mono. Wow, now in 20 degrees snow at 3 a.m. It was, come on, mama's cold over here, and over till she was done. Okay, okay. Strong, touched by an angel vibes. Yeah, like a washed sort of light going on. Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, so this man, David Schaefer, 8 counts. Kind of in the middle again. 1 count of violation of the Georgia RICO Act, 3 counts of false statements and writings, 2 counts of forgery, impersonating a public officer, and committing the filing of false documents. Okay, David, let's read up on you a little bit. Former state senator and former GOP chair David Schaefer was one of the alleged Trump fake electors and reserved. Oh, he was one of the actual fake electors. Oh, buddy. Only 7 counts, but really doing your... I'm sorry, 8 counts, but really doing your job, David. My God. My God. Okay. Quote, unquote. Listen, tell them to go straight to room 2016 to avoid drawing attention to what we are doing, he allegedly wrote in a text regarding the meeting. attorneys for Schaefer said in a statement to ABC News that he is totally innocent of the charges. Well, we're going to beg to differ here on this stream, and for his posing as a fake elector, regardless of his rather C-tier ranking on indictments, he is going to share the now ever-crowded B-tier. Okay. Who's next? Who's next? We gotta get through this thing. This is taking up way more time than I thought. These people have committed way too many crimes. We should be done with this already. Am I wrong, chat? Am I wrong? Should this be taking an hour? Because I feel like it's literally taken an hour already. I could be wrong. I'm sure we'll all be able to check that statement on the VOD. Oh, God. All right, adding source. Sean Still is next. Sean Still, a name I was completely unaware of until now, so let's all learn about Sean together, shall we? Here's Sean's face. I love how Streamlabs continues to load the pictures in the corner. Very helpful, Streamlabs. Thank you. There we go. All right, Sean Still, 7 counts. All right, once again, another very middling candidate. We'll see. We'll see. Obviously, he violated the Georgia RICO Act. He's got forgery, false statements and writings, impersonating a public officer, and criminal attempt to commit false documents. I feel a C tier coming on hard. C is looking so empty right now. All right, according to the indictment, Sean Still, a businessman who in January became a state senator in Georgia, was one of the 16 Georgia Republicans who signed a certificate falsely stating that Trump won the state and declared themselves the state's duly elected and qualified electors. Holy shit, Sean just saved himself from C tier. Once again, nobody wants to be in C tier. They're all like, no. I might only be indicted on 8, 7, 6 counts, but hey, pal, I did my job. I went out there. I told them I was going to subvert democracy no matter what, even if everybody voted the other way. No big deal. We need Trump as president, right? Oh my God, these people are absolutely just mind-meltingly stupid. This is a tier list of stupidity. Okay. B tier is looking very chummy right now. It's kind of looking like it's looking like a fraternity alumni meeting sort of thing, you know? Let's go Phi Delta Trump. What the actual F? Brandy nuance. Yes. Yes, indeed. Okay. So, we got more. We are, we're on Lucky 13 now. Lucky 13. Very good. We are making our way through this, folks. One criminal at a time. I just named that Stephen L. I think that's how he spells it, but no big deal, because he looks like an asshole. Alright, people. This man right in front of you with a face redder than the S tier color is a man named Stephen Lee. He's on 5 counts, which may put him down in D tier with Mark Meadows. But we will find out here shortly. He is on, obviously, 1 violation of the Georgia RICO Act, 2 counts of influencing witnesses, committing solicitation of false statements and writings, and 1 count of influencing witnesses. Stephen Lee, a pastor from Illinois, traveled to the home of Freeman, the Fulton County election worker, on December 14th, 2020, with intent to influence her testimony regarding events at State Farm Arena. Okay, so he was an influencer, but it doesn't feel like he did too much. He just went there and tried to you know, he tried to use God to fix things, but we all know that's a stupid plan. So we're gonna put him down here. You, sir, are with Mark Meadows, kind of being a criminal, but not as much of a criminal as the rest of your pals. So, unfortunately for you, D tier. That's your fate. Okay. Next on the list, who do we got? Oopsies, that's not what I meant to do. All right. Next person on the list, we got Travion Cuddy. Travion Cuddy? I actually don't know how she spells her name. I assume it's Cuddy, actually, but I could be wrong. Could be Cutie. Could be Cootie. Any of the above. No reason to respect a woman involved in a criminal conspiracy to subvert democracy. Bloop. All right. Wow, that grin is... When you're getting your photo taken for trying to subvert democracy, I would look slightly less giddy about it. That's just my personal opinion. Okay, Travion Cuddy. Three. I genuinely don't give a fuck. I'm just going to keep pronouncing your name random ways. Okay, 3 counts. Only 3 counts. Georgia RICO Act, solicitation of false statements and writings, and influencing witnesses. All right, the indictment alleges that Travion Cuddy, a former publicist for rappers R. Kelly and Kanye West. Oh, Travion, look at you. Look at you. You were about to go into E tier, but you might have made it up to D tier over here with Mark Meadows. Oh my goodness. Really? A former publicist for rappers R. Kelly and Kanye, and a longtime friend of Trump, who traveled from Chicago to Atlanta on January 4th of 2021 and attempted to contact Freeman in order to convince her to report election fraud claims and testimony. According to the indictment, Cuddy went to Freeman's house but was able... I can't even get through this. Oh my god. Wow, you really... I mean, you gotta be trying, right? Like, at that point, it's like, no. I only support terrible people. R. Kelly, Kanye West, and Trump. Wow. You know what, guys? I'm about to make this might, to be honest, like, this might be a little bit, what's the word? Controversial. But I just jumped her from what I thought was going to be E tier to C tier. Okay? This woman is a terrible human being. And while she may not have done too much to help commit election fraud, as it turns out, she's been helping other people do terrible things in the past as well. So she's going to get a little points for her past, which, you know, I don't think anybody else got points for that. So really good job. I don't know how she's done it, but she's done it. She is alone among C-tiered villains in this situation. So, wow. Yes, Disney villain grin. Exactly, Brandy. It literally, and my dogs with the mischievous grin. Yes, it's a grin, and it's a problematic grin of. Okay, just gonna move on. Harrison Floyd is our next co-defendant. See where I put his picture. One at a time. That's the way we do this. Can't do them all at once, unfortunately. Okay, here is Harrison Floyd. Hello, Harrison. Hello, Harrison. Stupid Streamlabs. Be better. Okay, Harrison Floyd's only indicted on 3 counts, and that is the violating of the Georgia RICO Act, 1 count of conspiracy to commit solicitation of false statements, and 1 count of influencing witnesses. Harrison Floyd, who is associated with the Organization of Black Voices for Trump. Oh, good. Yes, he's accused of the indictment of recruiting Cuddy to talk to Freeman. According to the indictment, Floyd also joined Cuddy's meeting with Freeman by phone and purported to help Freeman to offer Freeman's help. ABC reached out to Floyd for comment and received none back. He's only got 3 counts. However, for involving the only C-tiered member of this list, he's gonna get D tier. He's gonna hang out here with Mark Meadows and what was his name? Stephen Lee, I believe. Was it Stephen Lee or Sean Still? I think it was Stephen Lee. Yeah. Sean Still is this idiot. Okay. Wait, no, that's C tier. D tier. E tier. There we go. Okay. If I had aborted this to the picture, it would really make their eyes pop. I'm afraid that would take even more effort and cause this tier list video to go on indefinitely. And we can't do that because I have hours worth of content still ready to go. I just didn't expect to do a tier list at the beginning of the stream. It just happened. You know, it was a little quiet, and there's only a few people in chat, and so I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna do this. And so this is what's happening. We are getting close, though, people. We're getting really close. We are down to 16. A woman we all probably are familiar with is not an art project. That's right, Brandy. Brandy's got a good point. Not an art project. This is a competition, okay? The design may be a little bit lackluster, but it's the importance of the sport for us to keep it pure. Yes, so somebody we probably all know, a woman by the name of Sidney Powell, who I've named Sidney Powell for some reason. Yes, Sidney Powell, 7 counts, so very much middle tier. Will C tier get another tier? Hard to say, but I know she was very involved, so my thinking is she's going to make it to B tier, maybe even be the only A tier. I don't know. Maybe a little controversial here, but yeah. All right, 1 count. 1 count of Georgia RICO Act, of course. 2 counts of conspiracy to commit election fraud. Conspiracy to commit computer theft. Ooh, computer? She's stealing computers? Oh, look at her. She's got a special account on the indictment. No, I don't think I've heard of anybody else trying to steal computers. Sidney Powell's really getting in there. Really playing defense. 1 count of conspiracy to commit computer trespass. Wow, she's a special one. A count of conspiracy to commit computer invasion of privacy. And 1 count of conspiracy to defraud the state. All 4 of those I have not seen. And you know what? I called it, people. She is making it to A tier. She's jumping past people with more indictments than her. She was in the media. She was yelling loud, and she was stealing computers, breaking onto computers, apparently trying to hack computers. So good job, Sydney. A tier. Wow, really distinguishing herself from the rest of the crowd, but still not making it to S tier, unfortunately. Whoopsies, that's not what I meant to do. Go back. Thank you. Sydney. All right. A Yeti in Talbots? Oh my god. Did Francesca Virentini really say that? Trantifa. She's a classic. She is a classic. What a woman. She's an S tier creator. That's what she is. Okay. Well, I didn't even read. You know what? I'm sorry. I moved ahead. I didn't even read her little bio on her co-defendant infographic. I'm so sorry. Hold on. Let me finish this. Former Trump attorney Sidney Powell is accused of conspiring with other co-defendants to commit election fraud by allegedly encouraging and helping people tamper with ballot markers and machines inside an elections office in Coffee County. The same group is charged with conspiracy to commit computer theft for allegedly trying to get into a computer and take information that was the property of Dominion Voting Systems Corporation. See, I knew she belonged in A tier. Listen to that bio. My God, impressive work from a woman who is truly just a criminal idiot. Hopefully she gets what's coming to her. Okay, we got 2 more to go. 2 more? No, 3 more to go, folks. We're getting close. We are getting close. So close. Okay. Kathleen. That is your picture, Kathleen. Aha. Oh, Kathleen. Competing to be whitest arrest photo on the list. Wait, what store scares you? Oh, Talbot's? Talbot's is scary to you? I don't think I've ever stepped foot into a Talbot's before. I'm trying to think. Perhaps as a child, but I genuinely cannot remember. Seems vaguely familiar in my mind. Like I know of the store, right? But I don't think I've ever personally gone into one. Not really out of fear, but just out of disinterest. I feel like they don't have anything for me. Alright, so this is Kathleen Latham, another individual on our list who I was unfamiliar with before all of this. She is indicted on 11 counts, which is pretty hefty. That basically puts her up almost in an A or an S tier automatically, just on a count-by-count basis. Let's see here. She is charged with committing the violation of the Georgia RICO Act, of course, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit election fraud, impersonating a public officer, forgery in the first degree, false statements in writings, criminal attempt to commit false statements in writings, 1 count of conspiracy to commit computer theft. Ooh, she got into the computer theft too. Okay, very interesting. So her and Sidney Powell were kind of buds, huh? Doing the computer thefting. That chat is right. BCat is sweet. It's very true. Oh my God, worked for Talbot's. Oh God, BCat. Oh God. We're here for you. We're here for you. So yeah, Kathleen Latham, just a former Coffee County GOP chair. And among those, like Powell, is accused of conspiring to commit election fraud in Coffee County. She was also among the 16 Georgia Republicans who signed a certificate falsely stating that Trump won the state and declared themselves the state's duly elected and qualified electors, according to the indictment. Well, according to the indictment, Kathleen Latham, she's belonging of S tier. That is my thinking. Because not only did she do all the same stuff that Sidney Powell basically did, it sounds to me, well, it's not even sounds to me, she's definitely indicted on more counts. So that's going to put her up here as the only woman in S tier. Well done, Kathleen. Breaking the glass ceiling. Oh my God. Here on chat, historical things we are discovering. Next on our list, we have got Scott Hall, who's indicted on 7 counts. Let's see, Scott, very middle on the counts. Let's see where you stand on exceptionalism of idiocy and criminality. Scott, where's your picture, pal? Scott. Oh, there you are, Scott. Okay. Oh my God. Tell me these 2 guys don't look like exactly the same person. I'm starting to feel like I'm seeing double over here. Okay. Damn BCat, they should just call it Karens. It was awful because I just took the verbal abuse and then went home and cried. Oh, BCat. Oh, BCat. Why do service workers need bodyguards? Like, and like, what happened? What happened? Okay. So this is Scott Hall. He is the second to last on our list. 7 counts. Obviously, the Georgia RICO Act. 2 counts of committing election or conspiracy to commit election fraud. Conspiracy to commit computer theft, conspiracy to commit computer trespass, conspiracy to commit computer invasion of privacy, and conspiracy to defraud the state. Ooh, the state. Oh, defrauding the state, Scott. Oh boy, 7 counts. I think, yeah, he's gonna go into B tier over here with Cuddy. He's gonna go to B tier. Well, actually, let me finish reading because there's a little passage. Scott Hall, a Georgia bail bondsman, is among those accused of conspiracy the conspiracy to commit election fraud in Coffee County. Yeah, that's C tier, bro. You're C tier AF. Well, I'm sorry, Cuddy, but your place as the only C tier individual has been stripped by Scott Hall. At least you can say you're the only woman in C tier. Copium. All right. Number 18 on the... Well, actually it's 19 because Trump's involved. But number 18 on the list of co-defendants. Because really, Trump... I gotta say, Trump is not really involved. I mean, he's on the list just for reference. But is he really even in this? He's something else, right? He was the main what's the word? My definitions are broken inside my head right now, but you get what I'm saying. Like, these are all the co-defendants. Trump is the main defendant. He's the one who started and essentially encouraged all of this from behind the scenes. So let's do our very last person on the list. And that is Misty Hampton. Oh, wait, where did her picture go? Misty Hampton, where you at, girl? Huh? What? What are you saying? I could have sworn I found this woman's picture. Oh, wait, was she the one that I couldn't find? Wait, hold on. Oh, there she is. I found her. Wow, she's really wearing some bright clothes. Everybody else is like very muted, sort of pastels and grays. Misty said, fuck that. Pink. I want everybody to recognize me. Okay, Misty. Retail is brutal with no glory. I think all service/retail jobs are nightmares, especially if you don't have supportive managers. Yes, management is an incredibly important part of working in a job, isn't it? If you have shitty managers and shitty corporate structure, well, you probably have a shitty time working. Just my personal take. Yeah, fuchsia, my dogs. Fuchsia. 100%. All right, Misty Hampton, wrapping up our list here on 7 counts. She has obviously been accused of violating the Georgia RICO Act, conspiracy to commit election fraud, conspiracy to commit computer theft, 1 count of conspiracy to commit computer trespass, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit computer invasion of privacy, as well as the conspiracy to defraud the state. Oh, you're trying to defraud the state too, eh, Misty? All right, Misty. Misty Hampton, who was the elections director in Coffee County at the time, is among those accused of conspiring to commit election fraud in Coffee County. Jonathan Miller, an attorney for Hampton, told CBS News in a statement that Hampton will be found innocent. This is a nationally concerted effort to intimidate and silence government whistleblowers. Whistleblower is a hilarious term to use in this. Because the fact is, this whole thing makes me think of that Arrested Development bit where, Michael Bluth, if you're familiar with it, he hands out a box full of whistles, and then everybody just starts whistling all the time because the company has so many problems with it. And, it just seems like there should have been whistles in this moment. Sometimes maybe we just need whistles in government, just more whistles. Anyway, yeah, I think considering everything here, Misty's gonna get into B tier. I was considering C tier for her, but she really does seem to have been very involved, and she's got enough counts under her belt. Stop that. Under her belt or in her purse, however you want to put it, that she is going to go into B tier. breaking the glass ceiling of B tier, which was solely white men. Well done, Misty. Diversity in election fraud. Fantastic. Fantastic. DEI. Okay. You love that episode, my dogs. Me too. Me too. It's a great one. And my favorite part of it is when at the very end, after Michael tells everybody to give him back the whistles because it's gotten completely out of hand. And I can't remember what he says. I can't think of it right now. But somebody pulls out the whistle and blows the whistle on somebody. And then somebody else pulls out the whistle and blows the whistle on them, saying that, oh, he kept his whistle. It's like, yeah, but see, you've also kept yours. That kind of makes it a moot point. Okay, we got through the tier list, folks. I hope it wasn't too painful. But just for the sake of it, and since we've done so much work, just bask in the glory for another 10 seconds here while I get myself set up for the next thing. Oh, God, okay. Okay, folks. On to some more stuff. We are going to stick with American news for now, and then we will go further out. I thought I'd be a lot further by now. We're 2 hours in. We're going to watch the South Carolina. Where did I put it? God dang it. So much stuff. The music isn't helping me concentrate. I thought it would help me. It did not. Okay. Actually, I just realized what we're going to do. We're going to go back and... like I was going to do.
Trump faces 13 felony counts, including racketeering, violating the oath of a public officer, forgery, false statements, and more. Trump and the others have pleaded not guilty. 4 defendants have negotiated deals with prosecutors, pleading guilty to reduce charges like serving time.
You referenced Arrested Development yesterday, the other one. Is that the music group you're talking about? Or is there another show? Even without pick borders, it's beautiful. Well, thank you. I'm glad. It did take a decent amount of effort, more than I thought it was going to take, so... A, I'm glad to be done with that. B, thank you for the compliment, as I also agree. It looks beautiful. Breathtaking, even.
On probation in exchange for their truthful testimony in future trials. The next case investigates the weeks between the November 2020 election and the January 6, 2021 siege of the U.S. Capitol. Trump was indicted on 4 felony counts for working to overturn the results of the 2020 election within that time period. The indictment says that Trump knew he had lost the election, but nonetheless engaged in multiple schemes to try to overturn its results so that he could cling to power. It alleges that he repeatedly disseminated claims he knew were false, adding that he created a national atmosphere of mistrust and anger and eroded public faith in the election system. The indictment also claims that these schemes...
Well, according to our tier list, it certainly seems true. He had a literal, like, a platoon of people working on this, it seems.
resulted in the January 6th insurrection, where Trump's followers violently broke into the Capitol building, attacked police officers, and disrupted Congress's count of electoral votes. The official charges include 1 count of conspiracy to interfere with the right to vote and to have one's vote counted, 1 count of conspiracy to defraud the government, as well as 1 count of obstructing a congressional proceeding and 1 count of conspiring to do so. Trump pleaded not guilty to all charges. Trump has also been indicted on 40 counts related to the mishandling of classified documents at Mar-a-Lago, his Florida estate. He's referred to this indictment as
A box's hoax.
the charges include counts of retaining classified information, obstructing justice, and making false statements, among other crimes. Some of the charges carry a penalty of up to 20 years in prison, though the sentence will ultimately be up to the judge. Trump has pleaded not guilty. The indictment says that after Trump's presidency ended, he illegally kept classified government documents at Mar-a-Lago and unsecured and unauthorized.
No, my favorite Arrested Development thing is beads? Bees? I love that one. Because Job is so like, he's just so funny. He's such a fail son. Beads. Well, we'll see who brings home more honey.
Location. The documents include information.
Oh shit. Thank you, my dogs. Oh my god. Thankfully we only just started back on listening to things aside from my voice. Yes, I turned the volume down because I didn't want the music to blast everybody's ears. Okay, here we go.
That could put national security at risk, like
Tell me if that's
information
better.
regarding military capabilities and vulnerabilities of both the U.S. and its allies. Prosecutors allege that Trump showed the documents to people who didn't have security clearances to review them. Prosecutors also claim that Trump later tried to conceal documents from his own lawyers as they sought to comply with federal demands to find and return the documents. In all, roughly 300 documents with classification markings.
I don't mean to laugh in the middle of this very serious take. Wow, chat. You're really breaking my concentration over here. My dogs. 8-Ball. Should you look into a dog's eyes while they're pooping? Nightbot. Definitely. Why Nightbot? And why my dog? Well, both of you are involved in this, and you're both in timeout. Jesus. Definitely don't.
Including some at top secret level, have been recovered from Trump since he left office in 2021.
Much better. Good.
So,
Good.
back to our initial question. What if Trump is convicted in any one of these cases? A conviction would not block Trump from the presidency. If he wins a second term, Trump could theoretically appoint an attorney general to dismiss the charges or potentially try to pardon himself. Trump's lawyers have argued that he's immune from prosecution in the 2020 election cases. In a brief filed with the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit, Trump's lawyers wrote that his indictment threatens to launch cycles of recrimination and politically motivated prosecution that will plague our nation for many decades to come and stands likely to shatter the very bedrock of our republic. But the district judge rejected that argument, saying that being president does not confer a lifelong get-out-of-jail-free pass. For now, Trump's 2020...
Wait, we're going back to that. Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I missed this woman's name. I know she's important, and she's a justice, but I cannot remember her name. Wait, is the volume too loud now? Oh, god dang it. I will find a happy medium. I will do it. There. Hopefully that is it. It's just such a great little...
free pass. For now, Trump's 2024 race for a second term...
Because seriously, let's all remember that. Being president does not provide you a lifelong get-out-of-jail-free pass, okay?
The White House continues as the cases await trial.
Okay, next vid. We're sticking with American politics for now. We will be moving on to more global stuff
Tonight,
shortly. But there were a few things, including the indictment list of Georgia and all that I wanted to look over. If we're gonna watch this whole thing, but I kind of wanted to catch with a little piece of this. Yeah, well, Robert G is always in so many chats, it's hard to know if he's even in here sometimes. I might have to find another mod. Let's see here. Okay.
Investigator working for Donald Trump says he has information that could be a major revelation in the effort to disqualify prosecutors in the Georgia election interference case. According to the investigator, Cell phone data shows that the lead prosecutor, Nathan Wade, made late-night visits to the area where the DA, Fani Willis, lived in late 2021. This is important because both Wade and Willis claim their relationship only started in 2022 after Wade was already hired.
When did your romantic relationship with Miss Willis begin?
No, this is not what we're watching this for. What the fuck? Why'd you guys name it this and then... No, we're going to move on from this video because it's not what I thought it was going to be. I am so sick of CNN. And just to continue with the MSM coverage here, we're going to go to MSNBC next. Ay, 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 ay. What am I going to do with these kids? Okay. Well, this was the MSNBC live coverage of the South Carolina Republican primary results. We're just going to watch the last minute.
No question about it, and that's going to be true, it would appear, based on this pattern. If the pattern we've seen in South Carolina and New Hampshire and Iowa continues, where the core Republican vote is just so strongly behind Trump, and it's really only the independents and the Democrats where Nikki Haley's making the deep inroads. When you look at Super Tuesday, there are a lot of states that have closed primaries. California, chief among them, only Republicans can vote, and it's winner take all. If you get a simple majority in the state, you get all 169 delegates. So there are a lot of places, most of the places on that Super Tuesday map give out delegates either winner take all or close to winner take all. And obviously, just given Donald Trump's strength with core Republican voters, he could rack up huge, huge, huge numbers of delegates on Super Tuesday. What this story in the 1st Congressional District suggests is that Haley could pick off a small piece of the delegate pie on Super Tuesday, but nothing, unless something were to just dramatically and completely change, nothing that would shift the trajectory of the overall race.
Okay. That was pretty succinct, to the point. Yeah, I think we all knew that was going to happen. If you didn't get the gist of that video, Donald Trump has just won the South Carolina Republican primary in a landslide against Nikki Haley, 60% to 39%. Okay. Okay, we're going to move on to something that I found incredibly problematic. Shockingly, it is of Biden, of course. Once again, standing up for us leftists. Hopefully my sarcasm is coming through loud and clear. Definitely going to have some stuff to say about this one. Hold on. Let me back it up. I'm talking too much. To the beginning.
Politics has gotten too bitter, Democrats and Republicans. Politics has gotten too personally. It just is. It's just not like it was. And by the way, I served in times when we had very, very staunch differences. I mean, there were incredible differences. But we always, not always, but the vast majority of the time, we looked out for a compromise when the end of the day came. We have a lot to do together. The thing that makes me feel good about having the governors here is there's still the tradition of doing things together. We fight like hell. We make sure that we get our points across. But at the end of the day, we know who we work for. The objective is to get things done.
Mr. President, you and I are both up for re-election this year. We belong to different parties. The political playbook says that I should not be doing this, toasting the President of the United States from a different party. Maybe it's mutually assured destruction tonight. So but here's what I want to say, and I think this is very important. This organization, the National Governors Association, represents the very best of America. It harkens back to another time.
Jesus Christ. We're just going to stop it right there because, wow. I've definitely got more to say about this. So, actually, I'm going to move it over here to the display. Now, this is Wikipedia, and so it might be incorrect. Might be incorrect, but I'm pretty sure it's accurate, or at least everything I'm about to read from it is accurate. However, the person who Joe Biden just said that we should attempt to work with is named Spencer Cox. He's the governor of Utah, and I'm sure that being the governor of Utah, you might also have some concerns about what his sort of stated beliefs are. So we're going to look at his stated political positions is that he considers himself pro-life. He believes that national parks and like the environment, all that stuff is kind of unnecessary. He signed in 2021 a constitutional carry bill in Utah, making Utah the 17th state to have to allow people to carry firearms in public without a permit. On LGBTQ issues, he actually was okay on one time, but or maybe a couple times. But just because he's good on one thing doesn't mean that the rest of that stuff just goes out the window, right? And I don't feel like we need to reach across the aisle to work with people who are going to give people guns, allow them to walk them around in public, and crack down on the rights of women and their access to healthcare, or fight us on trying to fix the environment. That's not who we need to work with, Joe Biden. Wake up. All right. We're not even going to finish that video because it's just disgusting me right now. And in fact, we are going to actually gotta move multiple windows real quick. Actually, I'll just close him out. Fuck you, Stephen. Hey, Soul Life, welcome. Welcome. All right, what is next on the unfortunate list? Oh, okay. This one's gonna be a little bit more fun, if you will. Maybe we'll get a laugh out of this one. But staying in America until we move out into global politics. And so let's do it. This next video is entitled, sorry, I don't even have my display capture working for this secondary. Wow, the computer is out in space. Okay, fixed it. All right. So this video is entitled The Florida Man Games. And it's just like I think it's an AP piece. Wow. Competition to see who can be the fattest idiot here. How much meat can I shove into my face at once? Let's see. Am I a man yet?
They gotta steal that, Vallejo. Don't lose the parts, please. They gotta steal that. They gotta ride with these two. Here's where it gets tricky. Sure, you swerve through those cones. He didn't have a chance to catch up with you here on this one. Swerve through those cones. 3, 2, 1, fight! Here we go. Slaughterhouse takes a big swing early.
I swear to God, can we just secede Florida? I don't need to go there anymore. I've been there a few times. Good enough.
To watch
Good enough
stupidity occur on the grandest spectacular scale.
What brings you out here today?
To win. I've been in Florida my whole life.
that they're calling these events.
Tell me that this guy isn't doing his very best to basically just look like the dude on the t-shirt right now. Or like not even like it comes to him naturally, it seems. Got the beard, got the beard and beer. Beard and beer is the main two ideological cornerstones of this sort of idiocy.
I'm calling this Tuesday afternoon.
What prepares somebody for the Florida Man game?
Experience. Being in Florida. That's 3 years. All I did for income was scrapping.
Every day I wake up and this is just me.
So, I mean, the end of one of our events is hitching a trailer. Do that 4 or 5 times a day. So, in the end, I think experience will ultimately overcome and bring home a victory.
Let's go.
Wow. What a group of people. Okay. Well, that's going to be the last one of domestic related news. How do I get through to these kids? Whoops. Okay. Well, next thing we are going to do is not going to leave America too far. We're going to go straight to Canada. First one is going to be a comment on, although it's still going to be a little bit of America, but it's going to be a comment on gun culture. This one is labeled BC Backyard Shooting Leaves Questions for RCMP Amid Investigation. And content warning, this is going to include a violent interaction.
More than 100 bullets sprayed. 4 people injured. No one in custody. One day after gunmen opened fire with war-zone-style weapons in a quiet White Rock beachside neighborhood, residents wake up angry and frightened. One of the victims lay bleeding in this innocent bystander's backyard after a vehicle crashed through his fence.
My brothers were sitting in the living room, and then like those windows over here, or like the door over there, it's like straight to the living room. If it hit the...
So we're not gonna watch this whole video. However, like a lot of the problems in Canada are that illegal guns are smuggled over the border from America, and so gun violence in Canada is affected by our laws, and stuff like this happens because of it. BC, yeah, British Columbia.
I'll go straight to the living room where my brothers are sitting. I could have hit one of them.
They could have been killed.
Yes, easily killed. When they're like just sitting having fun.
Just fear for stray bullets. I just, you know, we live around here, we walk around here.
You can't hear it? Oh, I turned it down again because of the music. Thank you.
I mean, I'm concerned especially with how close it is to our neighborhood and how close it is to just a casual residential neighborhood, so there is a school down the road.
RCMP highly aware of the public's concern.
Wait a second. What's going on with my audio right now? Oh my god, Streamlabs is lagging. Yeah, I just turned it up. Sorry about that. That's on me. That was on me.
But at a news conference on another matter, they say they are making progress on organized crime.
So we've got a number of illegal firearms here.
Multiple high-powered guns seized. More than 300,000 potentially deadly pills taken off the streets. 8 people charged, including one who was allegedly involved in a gang-related murder plot.
These are the types of targets that the federal policing program is focused on.
As gunmen continue to spray bullets in broad daylight, residents across the Lower Mainland terrified. Innocent people will die. Illegal weapons trafficked into Canada, not only through the U.S. border.
I would like to see more.
So yeah, I think that encapsulates it enough for us. I left it kind of small screen because I wasn't sure. I couldn't remember where all of the violence was. Didn't want to be too over the top. But man, I know that we're not individually responsible for any of this, but our government allowing just the laxest gun laws, like basically in the entire world, is not helping anybody, including Canada. Now, this next one is trigger warning, not violence warning, because I believe what's going to happen, I actually, because of the fact I slept all day, I haven't done a ton of research on all of these stuff. I just watched portions of them and came to what I wanted to do with each one real quick. This one is entitled The Dramatic Rise in Anti-Semitism in Canada since October 7th. Now, I only watched a short portion of this, but from what I could tell, the way they were framing it made it seem like it was going to be pretty shitty, like a pretty shitty take. I believe this is Global News, which is, I think, a Canadian broadcasting company.
A country that prides itself on diversity and inclusion is suddenly inundated with hate.
2 Molotov cocktails found at a synagogue and a Jewish community center.
The incident is the latest in a string of alleged hate crimes.
It's almost like a world gone mad.
Rabbi Menachem Carmel is principal of this Jewish elementary school in Montreal.
Morning.
As his students head to their classrooms, they walk past bullet holes.
Oh my God.
One morning in November, before students arrived, someone shot through this front entrance window. Then a few days later, it happened again.
Certainly a lot of panic within the community that someone would do this. It's not a political statement, it's hatred.
Hey, is something going wrong?
Police.
Wait, hold on. Is something going wrong in chat? Are things moving slowly? You want to add command Soul Life? Interesting. Anyways, I think that's a perfect place to pause this video, to add context to all of this. You know, like, first off, I don't think any of us support anti-Semitism. However, I think there needs to be a very clear distinction made between anti-Semitism and anti-Israeli occupation of Palestine and the war in Palestine. And the distinction, I don't think they're going to make the distinction during all of this, to be perfectly frank. And, you know, like, I adamantly believe that people should be protesting anybody that is supporting this stuff, okay? And it is offensive to me that people want to use Jewishness as a way to shield themselves from these sorts of terrible takes and like, what do you call it? Like, and their support for a genocide, right? But I do think it's important for protesters to make the distinction themselves between who's a Zionist and who's a Jewish person, right? My personal, like, my family is basically like a coexist sticker in many ways. So for me, like, it really bugs me to see people conflating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, and and vice versa.
Across Canada are responding to a torrent of hatred. Jewish Canadians, just 1% of the population, were by far the most targeted. A global news analysis found every major city where data was available reported a spike in anti-Semitism last year, resulting in a dramatic surge nationally compared with the previous year, though Ottawa and Montreal didn't have numbers for 2022. And most incidents happened after Hamas attacked Israel. In Vancouver, there were more reports of anti-Semitic hate after October the 7th than in all of 2022. The targets include businesses, like this cafe tagged with graffiti, and homes, like this one in Wishago, Ontario, where the Morovitz family says they received death threats.
I didn't want to believe it. I mean, this is a town of less than 200 people, 6,000 miles away from any conflict that's happening, and yet somebody felt that it was necessary to threaten myself and my family.
The city with the most reported incidents of anti-Semitism since October the 7th is Montreal, targeting synagogues, schools, and campuses.
I personally have felt safer in a bar.
See, that's the thing. Ceasefire now? Is that anti-Semitism? Hello?
Shelter than in the streets of Montreal.
Concordia University student Ora Bar grew up in Israel. Last November, she and a group of Jewish students set up a campus display for the Israeli hostages. A pro-Palestinian student group set up their own table nearby.
Are you okay with genocide? Are you justifying genocide?
Videos show this student shouting at the Jewish group, then grabbing.
Okay, I think we've seen enough of this video for it to be time to provide context to it even further. And I think I've seen enough of it because it seems like pretty garbage journalism. This is a piece in the Gazette. It's entitled "Muslim Groups Reporting Skyrocketing Number of Islamophobic Incidents Across Canada." The National Council of Canadian Muslims reported a 1,300% increase in the number of hate incidents since October 7th. In his nearly 30 years as co-founder and then president of the Canadian Muslim Forum, Samir Majoub said he has never seen the level of anti-Islamic hate crimes and intimidation reported since October 7th. Honestly, it hasn't just increased, it has skyrocketed, Majoub said. It has even exceeded the level we saw after the 9/11 attacks, and we're seeing new types of anti-Islamic harassment. People have called in to report intimidation at their places of work, at schools and at universities. They include drivers spitting at people from car windows and individuals being pushed or verbally abused. People have seen their addresses published on Facebook. Incidents are being reported across Canada, and Montreal police have tallied a growing number of hate-related crimes against both Islamic and Jewish targets in the last month. If you'd just watched that Global News article, though, you would have thought, oh, it's just one side. Oh, God. These people. Exasperating. Oh, wow. Nightbot doesn't think I should make Soul Life a mod. That's weird. That's weird. Well, I'll make my own decisions, Nightbot. We'll see what happens. Let's see what happens, pal. Alright, now we're going to actual global news, as really Canada often feels like an extension of the United States. This is actually hopefully this will be a little fun. Once again, this is a number file video on YouTube entitled "The Game of Risk." And I decided to put this in here as sort of a palate cleanser as we go into global politics So here we go, right into this. This is hopefully somewhat enjoyable.
One of the games I love playing with my kids is Risk. Risk is a game about trying to take over the world. In this case, I've got two people playing, two armies, the blue army and the white army. Each time you'll get more people that you can place on the countries, and the number of countries you have generate more armies for you to lay down. If you control a continent, then you also get more armies. So if you actually control the whole of Europe, like white does, you generate 5 extra pieces to be able to lay down on your next go. Asia, which is a very big area, generates 7. America, you see blue controls the American side, you actually generate 5. When you're laying out and trying to claim countries at the very beginning of the game, which country should you go for? Which continents should you try and take over?
Hey, what's happening? What's happening? Soul Life doesn't like the stream. Wow, is that true? Wow, Soul Life. Hurtful, man. I'm just doing my best over here, pal. I'm not perfect, you know. I'm trying.
You're from Australia, so Australia is an interesting case because here the continent only has 4 different countries, so it's very quick that you can control that. But it doesn't generate very much because Australasia only generates 2 armies per turn. Although you can get it quite quickly, it doesn't generate much. Whilst Asia will take quite a long time to just fill those, and you might be competing with another player. So to control that whole continent, you'll be rewarded with 7 armies per turn. One important thing here is to use a little bit of mathematics, which is the mathematics of topology, because actually it doesn't really matter what the map of the world looks like. It's how the map is connected, because you'll be able to try and conquer another.
Now, the reason I've decided to have us watch this video is because while Risk is a game, some of the analogies being made here could be translated to real world shit. So, sorry, I got distracted. I got a Discord message over here. Yes, but like, you get what I'm saying here? So I don't know. It's just meant to be sort of a easy-going video before we get into more tough stuff. So I'm gonna watch just a few more minutes.
On your turn, if there's a border between a country you're on and a country your opponent's on. So let's take Iceland. So the white army on their turn could try and take over the blue army on Greenland because there's a connection here. But obviously, I can only compete in this case against countries that I'm connected to. So one of the important things is, how are these continents and countries connected? Both America and Europe, if you control those continents, they both generate 5 armies if you control them. But does one of these have an advantage to occupy? And I did a little new version of the map of the world, and this is a topological map which just shows the connections between the countries. What's interesting is that actually Europe is connected to a lot of other continents. So there are a lot of ways that Europe can be attacked. So Europe is actually much more vulnerable than America, which turns out actually to have 3 from this side. And actually there's another side because you can be attacked from, oh yes, actually I've got this in because it's Asia can attack. So
Fix the censorship settings. I don't think it's on me in this particular case. Maybe there's something I can do about it, Soul Life. I'm not even sure what you tried to type because it didn't even give me an opportunity to mod it. I do believe that was YouTube doing something. Nightbot has had their privileges taken away to mod comments because they went on a spree earlier. So I think it's YouTube. That's just my guess. Anyways, I think that's probably enough of this.
That's the beauty of a topology. You don't have to worry about the layout. It's just how they're connected.
I just wanted to get people thinking about
to be a better continent to go for
geopolitics in a slightly different way. And all right, we'll move forward. It's a great game.
This video is brought to you by Brilliant.
It's a great game if you want to play for hours into the night. Absolutely. Risk will take over. I mean, have you seen the Seinfeld episode on it? Hashtag cancel Seinfeld. This one's entitled, Why Are There So Many Wars at the Moment? Let's hope that this is somewhat enlightening on this subject. Fingers crossed.
Throughout 2023, wars have dominated the Western news cycle, from the Russia-Ukraine war to Israel's invasion of Gaza, on top of dozens of other conflicts around the world. In fact, there are more conflicts happening right now than we've seen in a very long time. According to the latest Armed Conflicts report from the International Institute for Strategic Studies, there were an astonishing 183 regional conflicts around the globe.
I've honestly played like a ton of board games. My family was kind of obsessed with board games as a child, and so Risk, Stratego, Catan, Monopoly, of course, classic. Maybe YouTube doesn't want Wonder adding Chat GPT to Nightbot. I don't know what that means. Go web go.
In 2023, the highest figure in 3 decades. So in this video, we're going to have a look at conflicts happening right now, the factors that might explain why we're seeing so many, and finally, the humanitarian impact as we enter 2024. Before we start, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing and
the nerdy classics, indeed. I would also recommend subscribing to TLDR. They usually have halfway decent, at least, information. Why?
The bell to stay in the loop and be notified when we release new videos. Firstly, for a bit more background on all the wars going on right now, you should check out our recent video. Let's take the first factor, territorial disputes. Territorial disputes are generally viewed as the most common source of regional conflict. In 2023, we've seen examples of this in Palestine and Ukraine, as well as in Kashmir, the South China Sea, and the Essequibo region between Venezuela and Guyana. Lingering territorial...
Never played Risk, but you hung out with many people who did in high school, probably for the benefit of your time, I'll be honest.
Disputes from the collapse of the Soviet Union also led to Azerbaijan's invasion of Nagorno-Karabakh, an ethnically Armenian region, in September, with border tensions also persisting between Russia and Georgia. Territorial disputes are also incredibly difficult to resolve, and they're the type of conflict most likely to escalate into full-blown interstate wars. In a sense, the war in Ukraine escalated from a regional dispute in 2014 to a full-blown interstate war last year, and the ongoing conflict in Palestine is already starting to spill out into the wider Middle East, sparking tensions on Israel's border with Lebanon and in northern Yemen, where Houthi forces have launched missile and drone attacks on shipping off the coast. Obviously, territorial disputes have been a feature of global politics forever, but they've become more frequent recently for 2 reasons. First, international peacekeeping missions aren't what they once were. The UN is already overextended and looking at a funding shortfall in 2024, and the US/NATO are less interested in playing global policeman after its misadventures in the Middle East. Second, the global norm that states don't use military power to enforce their territorial claims has been weakened by events like Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Essentially, states were less likely to go to war for their disputed territories in the past, because, well, it was very rare. So aggressor states knew that, if they tried to use military power to enforce their territorial claims, they'd be subject to widespread international criticism and risk international isolation. However, with big countries like Russia involved in territorial disputes, potential aggressors feel more confident because they know that their adventures won't garner as much international attention and that there'll always be a club of similar-minded countries to protect them from diplomatic isolation. Territorial disputes often link in with our second factor, which is the rise of authoritarianism. The world is in a so-called prolonged democratic recession, and every year for almost 2 decades, more countries have moved towards authoritarianism than towards democracy. To give you a sense of the pace of this, if the decline of democracy continues at the present rate, less than 5% of the world's population will live in a full democracy by 2026, according to analysis by the Westminster Foundation for Democracy. Autocracies are, unsurprisingly, more likely to trigger conflict, as we've seen in Russia's aggression towards its neighbours, as well as China's threat towards Taiwan. Authoritarian states currently involved in conflict include Afghanistan, Syria and Iran, whilst authoritarian governments in Latin America, such as Venezuela and Nicaragua, have also recently threatened their neighbours over territorial issues. As well as threatening other countries more, autocracies are also more prone to civil war. Just look at the devastation in Haiti, Yemen and Myanmar this year. Moving on to our third factor now, the rise in organised crime, specifically illegal arms and drugs trafficking. The 2023 Global Organised Crime Index found that 83% of the world's population live in countries with high crime, compared to 79% in 2021. Criminal groups often take advantage of the political instability and commodity shortages caused by conflict, with many of the most crime-affected countries in 2022 being the war-torn countries Afghanistan, Iraq, Myanmar, Ethiopia and Ukraine. But it also works both ways, as criminal rivalries worsen regional conflicts. Take Latin America, for example, where disputes over drug trafficking routes and networks caused a surge in violence in Ecuador back in July, and fighting over the local drugs market in Costa Rica led to record levels of homicides. Last week, the UN Security Council held a long debate about the serious growing threat posed by transnational organised crime, acknowledging that transnational criminal networks fuel conflict and contribute to the spread of terrorism. Now, this leads on to our fourth reason for the rise in regional conflicts, which is the influence of armed non-state groups. Armed groups, including militias, are increasingly driven conflict in the Middle East, North Africa and the Sahel. Sub-Saharan Africa has seen a 48% increase in fatalities due to armed militia conflicts this year, and is now the region with the greatest annual number of militant attacks globally. While Islamic militants are widespread across Africa in areas with Muslim populations, organised violent groups are concentrated in specific areas like the Sahel, Lake Chad Basin, Somalia, northern Mozambique, and the North Kivu province in the DRC. Fighting between different armed groups, often over territory or ethnic tension, both prolongs existing conflict and triggers new ones. Armed militias are also multiplying. The number of armed non-state groups in countries on the IRC's emergency watch list this year is higher than literally ever before, and the number of conflicts involving these groups has doubled since 2010. These conflicts are particularly difficult to resolve because negotiating with these groups is difficult. Fighting in Sudan, which tops the IRC's watch list, began in April between the Sudanese armed forces and the Rapid Support Forces. But the additional involvement of the armed militias escalated the conflict and scuppered any hope of negotiations between the two sides. One final factor, which is especially prevalent in both sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia, is the worsening climate crisis. 3 decades ago, 44% of conflicts happened in climate-vulnerable states, but now that figure is 67%. A recent report from the Institute for Economic and Peace found a link between the effects of climate change and the risk of conflict. Food insecurity increased risk by 36%, natural hazard exposure increased risk by 21%, and lack of access to clean water increased risk by 18%.
Okay, I think we've seen enough of that. All right, had my break, and we will move us forward. Got a bunch of comments here. Let me see here. No, we do not use the term taking a piss in America. Not really. Most people don't. It's certainly seen as a Britishism. Nightbot is beefing with Soul Life. Robert is lord-splaining. Okay. Those were the more sort of simple ones, kind of. Now we're moving to France. La France. Allons-y, mon amis. This video is done by TRT World. That's a Turkish news organization. entitled The Dark Side of French Democracy and the Struggle Against Police Brutality. Whoa, that's loud. That is loud.
La démocratie en France aujourd'hui, elle ne sert qu'à donner des leçons aux autres pays quand on se permet de faire pire qu'eux.
L'État français ne se cache plus au niveau du racisme. Et donc là, on sent vraiment, depuis des années, on parle de racisme systémique, on parle de racisme d'État.
Les droits en France ne sont pas du tout respectés.
I didn't even realize this video was in French when I was watching it. Probably because I speak French and it just kind of glazes by me. I guess I can read this for you guys. I'm afraid that that's gonna slow down our pace here a little bit. But I guess I'll turn the volume down and read.
Liberté, égalité, fraternité n'est qu'une réelle utopie en fait.
Zut alors. Indeed. Okay.
Parce que la police est raciste, c'est un
Is the
fait.
police
Elle est
racist?
raciste.
It's a
C'est comme
fact.
ça.
They're
On leur
racist.
apprend
That's
à
the way it
l'école à
is. We
être
teach them in
raciste.
school to be racist.
Je m'appelle Jérôme Rodriguez et je suis considéré comme un des meneurs du mouvement des
Considered as the leader of the Yellow Vests movement.
J'ai 40 ans, j'ai un enfant
40,
de 13 ans.
13-year-old
qui a perdu son
child.
papa à l'âge de 4 ans
Lost
et
his
demi.
dad
Son
when he
papa a
was
été
4 years
tué
old.
entre les
His
mains
dad
de
was
la
killed
police.
by the
Je suis
hands of the
Fatou Diallo
police.
du comité Vérité et Justice pour la mine Dieng. Je milite depuis l'assassinat de mon frère, qui était le 17 juin 2007. Donc la mine avait 25 ans, il a été tué par clé d'étranglement et plaquage ventral.
Honestly,
Donc,
real
je suis
quick, I'm gonna
Mélanie
pause this.
Wobegon.
Chat, do you want me to read this out loud or do you want to read it for yourselves? I'm gonna give you all the choice right now. Since there's so many people in chat, it's like the same number of people in chat as there are watching right now. So I feel like, you know, might as well ask you people, would you like me to read it? Or can you read it yourselves? It's up to you, really, in this moment. In this one moment.
Du coup, moi, je me
It's
fais
all on
agresser
you.
le 20
Oh
avril
god.
2019.
Oh god, pause. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna stretch. I'm gonna hydrate. I didn't even see Bad Lefty join the chat. Welcome, Bad Lefty. Do 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 do. You want me to read it between pauses? Great. I'm missing. One's in chat if you want me to read it. Two's in chat if you don't. I already see a 1. Okay. Okay. Alright, I see multiple 1s. 42069. Nice. More 1s. Alright, reading. I'm gonna read with my eyes and my mouth. One, but lower the video volume so you can hear me. Okay, okay, that's a fair point. The dark side of French democracy. Dubs are better than subs. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Subs might be better than dubs. At least in my own personal, situation. Well, the demonstration, I would say, Lambda, Yellow Vest, on the Saturday afternoon was the 11th act. For the 11th act, we arrived at the Place de Bastille, and then there's some sort of crowd movement. It was very calm, and it's at the moment that there was a police action move. I don't know how to explain it. That starts taking effect. I don't know. That starts to target a small, calm group. And grenades. It's at that moment that I got shot with a grenade in my eye, that burst my eye. Impressive ass beard, to be frank, says Bad Lefty. It's very much like, oh, who's the lead? Oh my god, my brain just broke. But yes, it's quite a beard. It's quite a beard. Because I myself is Facebook, so you can see the images filmed by me, myself, so we can see the policemen shoot the images from them to be able to, I mean, that captured the event at that moment. Thank you for continuing. Yes, I'm trying. I'm trying to continue le accent. So Lamine, he was choked to death while being... Wait, that's going too fast for me. Yes, the accent. So Lamine was 25. He was choked to death while being pinned to the ground by the police of the 20th arrondissement. A bit like Amadou Kme, Kedrick, Adama Traore, Jimoni Sissoko, and so many before him and after him. So I was assaulted on April 20th, 2019, and I didn't know what happened, because since it happened behind my back and my friends and husband, we all had our backs turned. We didn't know what happened to me. I thought it was a sting ball grenade that had fallen. At least some rubber had fallen on the back of me and suddenly stunned me, but I didn't know what it was.
Son papa a été tué entre les mains de la police. Il est mort d'un œdème pulmonaire survenu dans un contexte d'asphyxie, de traumatisme facial et cervical. Il faut savoir que ce soir-là, Amadou avait simplement besoin d'aide.
You have to know that that night, and instead of getting the help he needed, he found death. The policeman didn't leave him with any chance. He was subjected to a minute-long chokehold, followed by his prone position for 6.5 minutes. Lamine was happy to be alive. He was 25, and the neighborhood where he was assassinated is the same neighborhood that saw him. Sorry, I'm struggling to do the accent and read it at the pace they're doing this at. Okay. I'm just going to do the regular accent because it's going to be easier. Just like that. During an arrest. During a police control. So he was arrested for... I don't even remember if it was for a noise annoyance or something like that. So the police... And instead of things going in another way, during his arrest that he was tackled to the ground and kept on the ground, choked, until he died. The video got published. We thought, no, it's even worse than we thought, really. What we see in the video is horrible. You can see the death of a man. Careful. Go back. Oh my god, this is horrifying. Alright, this is enough. We've seen it. We've seen, I mean, we could continue, but like, this is painful to watch, and I think we get the picture. France, while they have a much better culture of protest than we do in America, still have the same sort of problems, the same sort of pushback from police, from the government. Yes, baguettes in chat. Solidarity with these people. Maybe we should watch more. Do you guys want to watch more? It's up to you. It's unfortunately in French, and it just frustrates me to have to translate it the whole time out loud. More? You want more? Alright, we will watch more, I think, perhaps. Does anybody remember Adama Traore? Kind of. Barely. And the thing is, I keep up with stuff, and yet somehow it's just a blip in my mind, which is so wrong. D'accord. More dark side of French democracy.
Je commence à sentir une douleur monter dans mon œil, un petit peu comme quand on se coupe ou quand on se pique, vous savez, ça, on sent le cœur.
You can feel your heart pumping. I had my heart beating in my eye like that, so I started to get angry. The doctor was coming to take care of me. The guy from the security was brought to me. So I lashed out at him because I was wondering if he was going to be the one to heal my eye, so I ended up leaving. And it's then I think that they decided to sedate me so they could put me away. So everything turned black. So I don't remember what happened. Wow. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Wow, that is brutal. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing, Bad Lefty, I mean, they protest every other season, which I respect and support. You know, it's unlike a lot of Western democracies where people are still practicing actual free speech and protest. I mean, the French who are of that sect, if you will, of that wing, of that thinking, they deserve our respect. They deserve our respect because we should be probably protesting exactly as much and as ferociously as they do. And I know that the American government certainly fears the possibility that we might actually start to wake up just like the French citizens. Now, granted, France is not devoid of problems, and not all French protesters are equal. I mean, there's plenty of right-wingers in France as well. It is not devoid of those problems, so don't think it is. But important. Protesting against power is important. Okay. Next video after France is an Al Jazeera video. Okay, how Western media chooses who they champion and who they vilify. Yes, that's something I think we can all kind of feel. That title is poignant. Okay, there are distressing images of Palestinian prisoners of war and victims of the Namibian genocide in this program, so do be warned.
The legal case against one dissident, Julian Assange, and the death of another, Alexei Navalny. Two stories that reveal how Western news outlets choose their heroes and villains. Israeli news channels keep the dehumanization coming, tormenting the Palestinians at the mercy of Israeli soldiers. And Germany's other genocide, the one it's called.
That's right. Bad Lefty is right.
Colonizers inflicted on Namibia. Memories have failed over the years in both countries. Judgment Day is approaching for Julian Assange, the co-founder of WikiLeaks. His case has just been heard for the final time by the UK's High Court. Two judges will now decide if he will be extradited to the US. Should that happen, Assange, who exposed American war crimes and human rights abuses by several governments, winning various journalism awards along the way, will face spying charges in the US and a jail term of up to 175 years. The Assange hearing came in the wake of the story of another jailed dissident, one who just died in prison, Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny. Navalny was a political opponent of President Vladimir Putin, but the journalistic work his organization did, exposing corruption at the Kremlin, also put a target on his back. Western journalists have made a martyr of Navalny, but ask yourself, why have so many of those same reporters treated the Assange story so differently, so obediently, given the implications, scary ones, that this case has for journalists everywhere?
The Assange trial is the press freedom trial of the 21st century. I'm an American. This case will determine the future of the First Amendment in my country. But if you're not an American, you should care maybe even more, because Julian Assange is an Australian journalist. WikiLeaks is based in Iceland. They never operated in the US. And the US is essentially saying we can do this to anyone, anywhere in the world.
It is a case being orchestrated in Washington, conducted by some shadowy figures behind the scenes, with the British legal system marching to the beat. A transatlantic collusion. In the 5 years Julian Assange has wasted away in a maximum security prison in London, fighting off extradition attempts by the US, he has deteriorated so badly that he was too sick to attend a court session on his fate. Locked out of the public eye, with far too many journalists and news organizations having turned their backs on him, colluding in their own way. His reputation has suffered along with his health.
Many people believe things that are simply not true about Julian Assange or about what this case is about. We've just recently published a series of corrections of common misconceptions in the case for precisely this reason. It's much harder to try to correct people's opinions, to show them when they have been exposed to untrue information or information taken out of context. The end result is that it enables this continued prosecution of a publisher for publishing information in the public interest.
Julian Assange is famous for exposing the American empire and exposing the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, but actually I think he should be famous for exposing the Western media. Many of the journalists which worked with him got six-figure deals for book deals and films. None of them were at the hearing to the High Court. So it's a truly horrific story.
This is a legal story laced with presidential politics. In 2017, the Obama administration pardoned Chelsea Manning, Julian Assange's primary source for his biggest leaks, and decided not to charge Assange. It concluded it could not do that without also implicating the mainstream news outlets that published the material WikiLeaks provided, like the New York Times and The Guardian.
At ease.
In 2019, Donald Trump reversed that decision and had Assange indicted. Joe Biden then took the ball from Trump and ran with it.
Yep.
Of the 18 federal charges against Assange, 17 fall under the Espionage Act, a problematic piece of legislation that dates back to World War I. That law was written with spies or saboteurs in mind and has since been used against whistleblowers like Manning. And it leaves no legal room for what is arguably the most important defense for any journalist in the dock, and that is doing work that is in the public interest. Nevertheless, the American authorities are insisting that the Espionage Act, passed in 1917, is somehow fit for purpose in our post-9/11 world.
A lot of the things that were normalized under the war on terror, those...
Yes, Moanop, the Biden age command, all the age commands just add 1 year every time that you use the query. So, or not query, use the command. So he increases in age, and I have the cooldown timer all the way down to minimum. I think the lowest it can be is 5 seconds. So every 5 seconds, you can make Biden 1 year older. There's also a Trump age command, so you can also make Trump 1 year older every time you use that one as well. Okay.
Americans are coming home to roost now. Assange does not want to get extradited because he will be treated like terrorists in the United States, deprived of basic freedoms and rights, effectively tortured on the basis that he's a national security.
It's so scary that people can just be held circumventing like the laws and the supposed Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and just imprison them indefinitely until we know what we want to do with them. Right now, it's just better if they're not anywhere. Boy, that I'm pretty sure is and should be a crime if it's not, but I'm no lawyer, so anyway.
Assange is the most dramatic, most extreme example of this increasing war on dissent and journalism.
How can you prosecute Assange and not prosecute the papers that also publish? That's why the case is so ridiculous. It's hugely embarrassing to the British establishment that they are going forward with this to extradite a journalist to a third country for publishing evidence of their war crimes. Add to that country is on record as plotting to assassinate.
Meanwhile, Trump has done 10,000 times worse. Yeah. I mean, what? How many classified documents has Trump given to either the Russians, the Chinese, whoever else he owes money to? My God. And yet he's running for president, free, and well.
That journalist in London. This was revealed in a Yahoo News article where 30 US officials went on the record to reveal this CIA plot.
Some senior Trump administration officials and CIA executives even discussed assassinating Assange.
We've seen that law be used against whistleblowers in the past, but this is the first time it has been used against a publisher. That means if this precedent is set, any journalist, any media organization that works with leaked classified information could be targeted in the same way. If journalists refrain from covering these stories because of possible legal risks to them, then we as a public don't have access to information that is in our interest.
The Espionage Act has become a tool solely of political persecution. If you leak information to the New York Times to say, oh, the drone program's really great, they're not going to prosecute you. If you expose, like Daniel Ellsberg did, the Vietnam War, if you expose the Iraq War, like Chelsea Manning did, they're going to prosecute you under the Espionage Act. So we have this overly broad, overly vague, unenforceable, unconstitutional monstrosity, and it's allowed the government to have this tool to go after and silence its critics.
Julian Assange's latest court hearing came just 4 days after another well-known dissident, Alexei Navalny, died in a prison, a Russian one. The parallel is not exact. Navalny was primarily a politician, but his organization also did some work that many Russians considered journalistic, including an investigation into an opulent vacation home built for President Vladimir Putin. What is striking, though, is the amount of coverage Navalny's case and his death attracted in the Western media, compared to the relatively few stories those outlets have done on the Assange case. The difference in tone.
Yeah. Oh, the difference in tone is insane. It's nuts. R.I.P. Daniel Ellsberg. Absolutely. I'm pretty sure that's not how you spell it, but the sentiment is what's important. Are you still here, So Life? Moanope is looking for you.
Especially when one considers the implications the Assange prosecution could have on those same news outlets. They have succumbed, prioritizing self-preservation, their relationships with the governments involved, over what should be their primary self-interest, the potential impact of this case on their journalism, their ability to speak truth to power. Add that to the list of things that Julian Assange, through his own story, has revealed.
Navalny and Assange are treated differently by the Western press for a variety of reasons: personal, cultural, professional. The media in the United States and the West tends to follow the dictates and biases of the governments that they live under. And so Navalny might be vilified in the Russian press, valorized in the Western press. We find it difficult to kind of escape from our own biases and end up in our own silos, and we end up in our own echo chambers.
If the Western media had mobilized in support of Julian Assange, who is a colleague, he would be a free man now. In a democratic society with an independent press, every single major newspaper would have been campaigning from the day he went into Belmont.
I think that's one of the hardest things to do as a human being, trying to consume all of the news out there in a responsible and hopefully educational, self-educational sort of way. It is to be able to go through all of it and then come to the right conclusion every time. It's just it really is difficult, because especially when you start covering things like global politics, the interweb of different power structures and other things like that gets so convoluted sometimes because there's plenty of things I have to criticize. Like, for instance, like Alexei Navalny, while there are definitely reasons to praise him, like he also made very anti-Islamic comments at one point, and so he's no angel. Going to bed? All right, B-Cat, you sleep well. Good seeing you.
Prison for his release. There's been some articles in favor of him, editorials, etc., but there's been no concerted campaign. The Western mainstream media and corporate media is not a check on power, it's an accessory to power, and he exposed that. And I think partly the reason mainstream journalists hate him is because he exposed them.
This is a complex, legalistic story with a relatively simple bottom line. A journalist, a multiple award-winning one, who exposed far too many war crimes for us to list here, has been locked up in maximum security for 5 years, fighting an extradition order that could land him behind bars for the rest of his life. If Julian Assange dies in prison, how different is that really to the Alexei Navalny story?
It should be exactly 0% different, but undoubtedly the media will cover it differently.
Just happening in a different place, in slow motion. And should it come to that, what will the news coverage look like then?
We don't yet know how Navalny died, but a lot of people are willing to say that since he was in Russian prison, since he was persecuted, that Putin is personally responsible.
The world tonight condemning Russia, accusing Moscow of assassinating Alexei Navalny.
And I think that's a fine standard, but we know Julian Assange's health is really bad. Or if he dies...
Oh, good night, Brandy. Good seeing you. Nice having you in chat. Hope you enjoyed at least what part of the Doomer report you managed to make it to.
U.S. custody, are we going to say Joseph Biden or whoever the president is at the point personally murdered him?
Yeah, after all these years, there's still a lot of mixed opinions as it relates to Julian Assange.
Because if we're going to say that in the Navalny case, we need to be prepared to say that in the Assange case.
Fantastic.
So while
Fantastic.
this plays out in London courts, we ultimately still put the responsibility on this administration, Joe Biden. There are several ways out of it. If they're not able to simply drop the charges and close the case as a point of principle, a political solution could be found that allows perhaps for the time he's already served in prison to suffice. Some people don't care about Julian Assange, may not like Julian Assange, but they should understand that regardless of him, the situation impacts us all. It's about all of our right to know.
Next up, the Israeli journalists taking a plausible case of genocide
Honestly, I
and
love
putting
this guy
a positive
right here.
spin on it.
I gotta say.
Initially,
you know, I don't know his name, and I'm gonna look it up right now because he deserves our praise. This guy is a freaking G. Whoops, I should have searched. That. Huh? You know, I can't find it. But this guy deserves all of our respect. Like, his coverage on Al Jazeera has been incredible.
Israeli news outlets maintained a near total silence on the atrocities and mistreatment of Palestinians in Gaza. More recent reporting deals with that topic in an ugly way. Tarek
Didn't even realize I'd been streaming until a couple of hours in, wireless mic. Oh man, that's okay. You okay to a degree. I mean, you missed our tier list. We did a tier list of Trump co-defendants, so search back in the VOD at some point and watch that, because that was fun. I mean, it took a while, but the result of it was glorious.
Nafa is here with more.
2 Israeli documentaries broadcast this week provide a window into the abuse and torture suffered by Palestinian prisoners abducted in Gaza,
Daniel
and
Ginsberg,
the dehumanization that passes for journalism on Israeli TV. First up, the right-wing news outlet Channel 14.
انت ب 7 اكتوبر وين كنت ما تكذب بس والله في عند تاع الكندا كلهم مدخلين كاخا واخرى زي تدع كلهم مسبرين تاع عماد.
In its reports, we see the
This is torture. This is what you're looking at right now. This is torture. This is a war crime.
interrogation and humiliation of Palestinian captives who, we are told, are Hamas operatives. Of course, none of these men have been given a trial, and the threshold for who qualifies as a suspect is very low indeed. We also hear firsthand from Israeli soldiers about how they have tortured Palestinians in their custody.
חיות אדם, לא פחות מזה. רובם כמובן בהתחלה מכחישים כל קשר לאירוע, ובאמצעות כלים ויכולות מסוימות אנחנו בעצם מצליחים להוציא מהם את ההודעות הראשונות.
The story got a similar treatment from the more center-leaning Channel 13, which gave their viewers a tour of a prison housing Palestinian captives with Israeli prison guards serving as guards.
Very Gitmo, says Bad Lefty. Yes, it's very reminiscent of Gitmo. That sort of behavior is sort of what's it called? The enhanced interrogation techniques. It's just another word for torture.
שמדובר במיטות קומותיים בלי מזרן, ואין אסלה, רק בול פגיעה וחושך כמעט מוחלט לאורך היום. כולם מזוקים ברגליים כל הזמן, ואחד לשני.
The scenes in both reports align with the testimonies of the many Palestinians taken prisoner in Gaza and the cruel and violent treatment they have received at the hands of Israeli soldiers. This past week, the UN's top human rights body published what it called credible allegations of egregious...
They're all S tier to you, as in shit, says Wireless Mike. Totally fair. Totally fair. We were just ranking them on shittiness, essentially. Like, where did they rank in shittiness? So it was like a shittiness scale from, you know, E to S. I will say it was more difficult than we thought it would be.
Violations by Israeli soldiers, including the execution of women and girls in Gaza and the sexual assault and rape of Palestinian women in Israeli custody.
Thanks, Doc.
At least DeSantis will have a job when he's voted out. Hilarious.
In January, a few months into the bombing of Gaza, Namibia made some news when it called out the German government for its continuing and apparently unconditional support of Israel. It said that Germany, which carried out a genocide in Namibia early in the 20th century, was hardly in a position to judge. In 2021, Berlin formally recognized that genocide and agreed to pay 1.1 billion euros in what it called developmental aid instead of reparations. That's a legal distinction that comes with implications.
What a nonsense change in words. Talk about PR.
However, leaders of the communities affected, the Herero and Nama people, rejected that offer. For decades, and for very different reasons, the genocide was absent in both Namibian and German memorialization. There have been efforts to rectify that, but all too often they fail to emphasize the testimonies of the victims and survivors. The Listening Post's Nick Muirhead now on a fight for justice that's been long treated as a footnote of history. But first, the viewer warning. Prepare for some distressing images in this report.
On the outskirts of Swakopmund, a small coastal town in...
I gotta say, chat, I didn't watch this whole video, and I honestly don't know that much about the Namibian genocide, and really, I think that very well may be a failure of Western media, which is ironic, considering that's the title of the video, because I do admit that there... like, I feel like the majority of the news channels I follow are of Western media. And while you get different takes, it's complicated, right? I always feel like BBC is kind of ready to, you know, criticize America more than we are, but then they're terrible at criticizing themselves. You know, DW, which is German, it's kind of the same thing with them, you know, and it's just this weird Russian nesting doll of opinions until you get to the truth of everything. Anyway, yeah, I'm watching this all for the first time with you right now at this point, so let's learn some stuff.
Old cemetery. Buried here are thousands of Herero and Nama people who perished in the first genocide of the 20th century. In 1904, the tribes rebelled against their colonial rulers, the Germans. Military Commander General Luther von Trotter issued an infamous extermination order. Any Herero found inside the German frontier will be executed. I shall spare neither women nor children.
Wow.
Those who were not killed in
Wow.
combat were hunted down and either executed or taken to concentration
Unbelievable.
camps, where many were working.
Oh my god, the pictures of this is absolutely devastating. Wow. Oh, it's hard to watch. Okay.
Death.
This happened. This is history.
Over the next
We're
4
watching
years,
it.
an estimated 75% of the Herero population and 50% of the Nama were wiped out. 70,000 people. The legacy of German colonialism has been seared into Namibia's collective memory, but the genocide itself has been inexcusably overlooked.
The genocide has mostly taken a backseat in national discourse. I think that outside of
Yes, the name of the show is The Listening Post. It's an Al Jazeera show, I guess you would call it.
the affected
Thank you, Bad Lefty. Very helpful.
communities, there has been little effort to actively memorialize not only the genocide but also the war of uprising that contextualized that period. There is no day of national mourning or national remembrance despite active calls from affected communities to establish one, and there's also no standalone museum or monument to memorialize the victims of the genocide. And this takes away from the ability for the nation to kind of cement the genocide within public culture and public history.
If you look at public spaces in Namibia today, you often see monuments or even street names referring to this period in time. But what these all have in common is that they are reproducing the perspective of the colonizer and not the colonized.
Yeah. I got that sense.
So you have a
Woof. What's it happening in chat? Oh, Obsolete Optics is back. Welcome back, Obsolete Optics. Moa Noep. Oh no, I just remember there was one photo that made me say it's like when a dog is pooping and staring you down. We did talk about that for a while. You're right. I don't know how we got on that in chat earlier, but it was like it was a subject for like 10 minutes, I feel like. All right, let's try and get through these very difficult images.
memorialization of this time period, but it's not necessarily as a genocide, but kind of more as a successful military campaign by the Germans.
Germany lost its colonies during the First World War. Namibia, then known as German Southwest Africa, was placed under the administration of its neighbor, South Africa.
3.5 hours obsolete? That's nothing. Yesterday we did 6.5, I think. I just started super late today. We barely made it through the first. Where are we right now? We've actually done decently. I take it back. We've gotten through. We've gotten through. There's still a few left,
A
but
liberation struggle that started against German colonialism was being waged against apartheid South Africa. The armed resistance was led by the Southwest African People's Organization, SWAPO. In 1988, battle-weary South Africa agreed to relinquish its control. 2 years later, SWAPO won a majority at the polls, and Namibia gained its independence. It was a milestone in the country's post-colonial history, but one that now overshadows the genocide.
So after independence, there was an euphoria that we have liberated the country from apartheid. However, the new narrative of the new nation was all about that particular period, the bravery of...
yes, that's right, Mono. I'm running on 12 hours sleep right now, so I got plenty of energy. I could keep going, maybe indefinitely, at least going into some point of later afternoon tomorrow or today, whatever time it is.
1960s SWAPO liberation struggle. Nothing else was discussed. So the Germans' history has been erased, as if there is a deliberate effort from the government to not memorialize this.
One of the largest projects that any new state has to undertake is that of nation building. Also taking into consideration the fact that most modern African states are a consequence of foreign-drawn borders. Yep. And so after independence, it was a political, administrative, and cultural imperative to unite the Namibians as one people rather than specific ethnic groups So this motivated the push for more collective narratives like the War of Independence against apartheid.
Is it already morning in at Greenwich Mean Time? Okay. Wow, Bad Lefty. Are you just waking up or are you still awake?
But it had an unfortunate consequence, which was the suppression of the story of the genocide and the war of uprising.
Germany has a culture of remembrance around the Holocaust known as Vergangenheitsbewältigung. It confronts the actions of the Nazis. But for decades, the country lived in a state of what's been described as colonial amnesia because of its failure to confront its actions in places like Namibia.
Gab es diesen Völkermord, gleichzeitig gab es aber auch Landraub. Viele Ländereien wurden Hereros und Namas letztendlich weggenommen.
In recent years, German academics and journalists have begun to redress that.
Still up, goddamn. Okay, Bad Lefty, in Ireland. And my dog, 12:07 Mountain Standard Time, I think is what that is. Wow, we're bringing the whole world together on this stream today, huh?
Colonial amnesia, and so has the government. But their sincerity remains in question.
Jetzt auch offiziell als das, was sie gewesen sind, ein Völkermord.
Along with formally recognizing the genocide, Germany offered $1.3 billion in what it called development aid. The offer was rejected by leaders of the Herero and Nama people who said that they had been sidelined in the negotiations and feared that the money, which they said was inadequate, would not reach the affected communities. The double standard in Germany's approach to these two genocides makes its culture of remembrance seem more like selective memory.
So Germany's Vergangenheitsbewältigung largely absconds from the country's crimes in Africa because it's largely associated with the era of National Socialism than any other era in Germany's history. So whereas this culture often erects monuments and memorials that put you in a contemplative state about past atrocities, the amount of memorial sites that exist for the victims of the Nama and Herero genocide are very few.
This is why I'm always saying that it's important to keep the context of Western colonialism and imperialism during discussions about African politics in particular, because a lot of these places are still basically like quasi-colonies of their former colonizers, even though there's been the claim that they're now independent. Like, many of them were left dependent on the systems created by the former, and it's just important context because, okay. Did we finish? Yeah, let's just finish. There's a couple minutes left.
What is known about the genocide comes from German colonial era documentation that had an agenda. Prisoners who died in concentration camps were often decapitated, their heads sent to Germany for pseudoscientific research to try and prove the racial superiority of white Europeans. Sexual abuse was rife during this period. A common practice was to photograph the naked bodies of Herero and Nama women and send the images back to Germany as postcards. The pictures are exploitative and explicit, and therefore we've blurred them. This documentation was designed to dehumanize the Herero and
New system, same impressions, or different system. Yeah.
Nama people to justify their subjugation. And even in the modern era, it still excludes their perspective.
So the documentation of that particular period is mainly in German language. And so a lot of Herero people, I can say 99.9%, they don't speak German. So those colonial documentations tend to be accessed by German academics who understand the language.
If you have these English-speaking Namibian journalists often writing in the political sections, and then you have more of the explication of the past being written by more German historians or German-speaking Namibian historians, that creates a discursive structure that often separates the political part of it with this historical side. And that has a lot of implications for the discourse, because when the Herero Nama says something about the past, it can kind of just seem as one opinion among a lot of other opinions.
The trauma of a genocide will always ripple through the generations. But in Namibia, that pain is compounded by the legacy of colonial...
That's the thing we can't forget, right? These things have downstream effects. And for instance, to bring it back to current day, in the case of Israel-Palestine right now, the conditions in Palestine are horrific, obviously, but you got to start thinking about the economics of the situation to some degree. I know it's hard for us leftists to talk about that sometimes, but the implications of what's happened there are drastic. Inflation, right? Like last, or maybe 2 streams ago, we were talking about how a single egg could cost $2, how a bag of rice could cost $50 or $25 or something like that. And I actually saw a post this morning on, I can't bring it up right now because I don't know where it would be, but it was essentially a post posted by a man, a Palestinian man, who went and bought his wife, who just gave birth to a baby, I think like a week before, posted this picture of a plate of meat and rice that was so meager I was blown away by it, because the caption came along with, "This costs $75. Now imagine that. One meal, $75, for people that are currently trying to avoid being genocided, right? Whose homes may have been very likely destroyed, who are living in tents. Like they have, what is their future right now? Even if the ceasefire happens, what is their future? And I'm not saying that to somehow downplay or to suggest that somehow we shouldn't have a ceasefire. What I'm saying is what the fuck are we even expecting people to do after this? Gaza has been flattened. The cost to rebuild will be so monumental, and for those people to try and restart their lives, they've lost everything in some cases, in many cases, and like, what will it be generations from now? You know? What, you know? It is, God, alright, just gonna continue.
And the racial inequality it created. Today, 70% of commercial farming land is still owned by foreigners or white Namibians, many the descendants of German colonialists. Some of that land once belonged to the Herero and Nama people. Many of their descendants now live in poverty.
Yes, echoes of capitalism.
Germany's offer of money as developmental aid won't undo this reality, but with negotiations stalled, this cause, much like the genocide, is becoming a distant memory.
Part of the colonial African experience that things have not changed, but we have to move into a national policy of reconciliation.
Yes, chat saying some stuff. Quotation from Ronald Stores, 1943, the first British governor of Jerusalem. Little loyal Jewish Ulster in a sea of potentially hostile Arabism. Oh boy. Wireless Mike has always wanted to visit Ireland. Maybe we can fix that. Man, this whole situation. Can't even wrap your head around that kind of pain, says my dogs. Well, my dogs. That's why I like to pause these videos and provide the little context that I might be able to give to things, and so we can all kind of try and wrap our heads at the same time together. My dogs' family left Ireland during the potato famine. Well, I'm very multi-ethnic, but a small portion of me is Irish, and they also, I believe, left during the potato famine. Okay. Moving on. Wait, which one we do? Oh, we're gonna do it in this order. So let's go to Israel, since I was just talking about it.
For us. So Hamda, you're actually covering 2 different rallies from Tel Aviv this evening. What are both of them asking for?
And just to lead us in, even though I've already kind of started, there is a anti-government protest happening in Israel, and these demonstrators are here to say they want an early election because they're sick of it.
Let's start with the anti-government demonstration here that has dispersed due to the use of force by police against demonstrators. Police on horseback pushing back the crowds, around 3 water cannons spraying from all directions in order to get demonstrators away from blocking the roads, which they successfully did. So this demonstration here was calling for the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin to step down immediately.
Whoa, is that me? That must be them.
elections.
Good sound. Whoa.
They said that because the Israeli Prime Minister and his right-wing government were unable to secure
Wow.
a deal,
Look at
it
this.
means that
Look at
they're
this.
going to continue.
Look at them. They look like they're going to war against their own people now.
Continuously show out in full force every single Saturday until there is a change. Now, right across the road, there is a rally held by the families of Israeli captives. It is the 20th demonstration in a row every single Saturday. They're calling on the Israeli government to secure a deal to bring back their loved ones. They're saying that the Israeli government should be offering any concessions. They should everything they have to the table in order to secure their release. But remember that the Israeli Prime Minister had previously said that there are red lines, and he's not willing to offer up major concessions. So both of these demonstrations happening side by side, and while some of the agenda items like bringing back the captives, securing a deal for their release was the same, the size and scale was quite different. And at the end,
I don't know if you guys saw it. I'm trying to find a good place to pause it while she's talking. But I saw a sign back there somewhere saying, "Free the hostages," right? How many months have these people been prisoner? And the government was offered a hostage negotiation deal, and they declined it. So if I were these people, if my family members or my friends or, were being held hostage, I would probably be out here too. I'd be pretty pissed. It'd probably be, like, oh God. But I'm gonna also respond to. Just gonna respond to some comments in here. Looks like Bad Lefty's talking about Ireland. It's tiny in comparison to most states, and it's one of the only places on Earth that have a smaller population today than they did in 1840. Yeah, I've heard that statistic before, and I've heard that the cost of living in Ireland has skyrocketed, and that a lot of people have either left. I think I might have heard something about birth rates, but I could be wrong. However, I can understand why it's a little frustrating.
government protest that you can see behind me has pretty much dispersed. Demonstrators here were clashing with police. They were trying to get a message across that they're going to continuously show out in this force until there is a change within the Israeli political establishment.
Okay, Hamda, if I can get you to pivot to something else, very important on the Israeli landscape and in the context of Israel's war on Gaza. What are you learning about negotiations right now?
Is that true, Wireless Mike? 70% of Israeli people want the fighting to stop? Well, I better look that statistic up. That's interesting. It's higher than I thought.
For a possible ceasefire deal, because there has been an Israeli negotiating team in Paris.
Well, we do know that negotiating team has come back and presented what they're calling an outline for a framework to Israel's war cabinet, who reportedly convened on the phone to vote on that framework. This comes after immense U.S. pressure to send an Israeli negotiating team back to meet with mediators in order to secure a deal, hopefully, they say, before the beginning of the Muslim holy month of Ramadan. Now, the Israeli Prime Minister has released several posts on X, formerly known as Twitter, saying that he did, in fact, send this negotiating team to try and secure a deal, but he still believes that military force is the only way to bring back the captives. Additionally, he talked about operational plans for the ground invasion into Rafah, and that the cabinet was going to be meeting on that this week to discuss those plans. So they're going to simultaneously be discussing the ground invasion into Rafah, where nearly 1.5 million Palestinians in Gaza are seeking refuge, and they're also going to be discussing a framework for...
Gotta say, and yeah, this is a little sarcastic comment here, just trying to be a little snide, but I thought that Israel is supposed to be the only safe place for Jews. Why are they attacking Jews? Or just using their, well, I don't know, they claim to be a democracy. Do they have free speech in Israel? I assume so, but this doesn't appear to be super free. Do horses make legitimate sense to use in crowds? It's questionable, Mona. To some degree, they are definitely useful in crowd control tactics because they're so large and powerful. I'm not going to sit here and criticize their use of horses necessarily. Seems like one of the slightly less significant parts of that situation. I mean, my God. Don't claim to be a democracy and then do all that to stop people from being democratic. That's just me. Okay, switching. Why do I hear sound somewhere? What does that sound? Okay. Well, this video is entitled 3 Scenarios Ukraine Might Be Facing in 2024.
My name's Nick Connolly. I've been reporting from Ukraine for DW since 2017. I was here when Vladimir Putin's troops crossed the border in February of 2022. We spent that first night in the bomb shelter under our office here in Kyiv. Back then, it seemed like Russian boasts that they could take the Ukrainian capital in just 3 days might actually come true. But by late spring, Kyiv was safe. And 9 months after that first frightening night, Russian troops had been kicked out of important cities in the south and east. And that is where things have pretty much stopped. Since autumn of 2022, the front lines have barely moved, but the killing has continued. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers are now dead. About 10,000 Ukrainian civilians have been confirmed killed, with many more believed.
Sorry guys, I just realized I was on the wrong thing this whole time. Fail F in chat. Oh my god. Get my act together, folks. This is Bush League. Where? Why didn't it switch? I clicked. Oh no. Be better, Streamlabs. Oh my god, Streamlabs is acting like an idiot right now. Okay, I guess this'll do. Oh god. Thank you, Bad Lefty.
My name's Nick Connolly. I've been reporting from Ukraine for DW since 2017. I was here when Vladimir Putin's troops crossed the border in February of 2022. We spent that first night in the bomb shelter under our office here in Kyiv. Back then, it seemed like Russian boasts that they could take the Ukrainian capital in just 3 days might actually come true. But by late spring, Kyiv...
I'm not sure if that was a compliment, Bad Lefty, or if it was a comment on the scene I was on, but either way, thank you. It's good to have you guys in chat to help me stay focused and on point.
It was safe. And 9 months after that first frightening night, Russian troops had been kicked out of important cities in the south and east. And that is where things have pretty much stopped. Since autumn of 2022, the front lines have barely moved, but the killing has continued. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers are now dead. About 10,000 Ukrainian civilians have been confirmed killed, with many more believed dead in Russian-occupied territory. Russian missiles still regularly hit all corners of Ukraine. The question I most often hear from our users outside Ukraine is this: it can't go on like this forever, can it? Many experts think that it could. We're going to be looking at the 3 most likely scenarios for the 3rd year of this war. Some predict this war could become a frozen conflict. Active warfare is contained to the front lines, and much of the rest of the country finds some kind of normality. Yet there's no peace.
I mean, I think we have to be pretty clear at this point that the only way that this war ends in negotiation is that neither side actually has the ability to go on. And we're not talking about willingness, but the ability.
But what if instead, as Ukraine's exhaustion deepens, Russia takes advantage to make another attempt on Kyiv? Putin escalates the war.
It is clear from Putin's public statements that he is not changing his war objectives. He keeps denying the existence of Ukraine.
But not everyone's convinced that this war has to change for now. Some analysts say warfare will continue beyond the front lines, with neither side achieving much on the battlefield. They're expecting more of the same.
History tells us that wars can go on for a very long time, and they can smoulder and almost look like they're dying out and then flare up again. So I don't think at all that it has to end or it's got to end.
Zaitsevo, near Donetsk. Back in 2018, this village was still under Ukrainian control, but Russian-backed troops were dug in at the end of the lane. This was the grey zone. I visited Katya and her children on my first trip to Donbass in 2018 and again in early 2022, just before the full-scale invasion. Her kids were so used to the artillery fire, they could distinguish different artillery calibers by ear. Their elderly neighbour was killed by a shell one summer's morning on her vegetable patch. But Katya and her...
Oh, God. That is depressing. Imagine just being an old lady or old man just working in your garden and then getting blown up by a bomb. Just unexpectedly. That's it. And then being the people who cared for that person, and so on and so forth.
Children stayed. Just 100 kilometers down the road, in cities like Dnipro, life continued essentially unchanged. This was the situation between 2014
By the way, I hope the Duma report is living up to its name today.
and 2022. Back then, Ukraine faced Russian-backed separatists rather than the full force of the Russian army. The fighting was confined to the immediate vicinity of the front lines. Missile strikes in Kharkiv, let alone Kiev, were unheard of. This scenario doesn't include peace treaties or any kind of normalization between Ukraine and Russia. Instead, back-channels diplomacy and an understanding that the front lines won't move anywhere for the time being is all that it implies. It would give both countries and their armies the chance to recover and rebuild. Historian Sergei Radchenko says the frozen conflict
or here is a controversial take. Maybe they could stop fighting. Maybe Russia could stop trying to take land that it views as being former Soviet land and is rightfully somehow theirs. It's nonsense and it's not good for anybody, including Russian citizens. R.I.P. says Snicks. Yes, indeed. Rest in peace. It's really, I feel, all we can even hope for. But I mean, it seems like actually no. We can hope for better. We can hope for better. We can hope for better. But seriously, still, I agree with that sentiment.
If both sides are exhausted.
We've had Ukrainian counteroffensive that obviously failed in important respects because the Russians have been able to dig in. The Russians, I'm sure, will have another go at trying to break through Ukrainian defense lines. And if that effort fails, then the question that Putin will face is, do Putin, want to go on with this war that is actually having a major impact on the Russian economy, on the Russian society? Do I want to go on with this, or do I just say, okay, enough is enough? The Korean War increasingly turned towards stalemate, not because the sides wanted a stalemate, they just couldn't go on. And so I think the same also probably applies to Ukraine.
For now, at least, money isn't the main problem. It's people that both armies are running out of. We don't have reliable casualty figures. They're classified on both sides. In August of 2023, US officials estimated Ukrainian casualties had reached 70,000, and Russian deaths had topped 120,000. Many more have been severely wounded, and after 2 years of war, even those who've so far avoided injury.
You know, the numbers in Ukraine and the numbers in Gaza are starting to look very similar. However, at least Ukraine has an actual army. That's the thing that bugs me all this time. Is like, you look at these guys, they look halfway prepared to at least defend the country. I mean, like the Al-Qassam Brigade, Hamas, whenever I see pictures of them, they do not look like an organized army to me. And maybe that's just Western framing in my mind, but really it does not seem at all equitable situation. Sorry, I'm talking about a different war, talking about this one, but just saying. Just saying.
Desperately need a break. Finding reinforcements is difficult. Both sides are now drafting people, although both are still shying away from full mobilization. In Ukraine, those who wanted to volunteer are already in uniform. Forcing people to fight is politically costly in a democracy. Russian authorities are running out of recruits from poorer regions willing to sign up for good salaries. They're now having to draft people in big cities like Moscow, which could provoke resistance even in an autocracy. For this conflict to be frozen, both sides.
Okay, I think we've seen enough of this one for now. I missed something, so we're going to go back real quick in time from the stream. Oh god, this one. I wish that we'd hit it when I intended to, but can't be perfect. Wow, Streamlabs is still not working very well. Really appreciate that. Okay. So, previously we were talking about, whoops. There we go. My dogs, I can't believe they hated LGBTQ flags so much that they moved. What was that in response to? Oh god. Info dumps from peeps like UMR's Falcon are part of the reason I found WCD, or what you could do. Yeah, seriously, all of those things. So this here, I meant to do this earlier when we were talking about guns and America and Canada, as they're somehow connected. This is a list on Wikipedia of every mass shooting that's happened since January 1st. It is long. It's very long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, look at it. There's one almost every single day. Some days are worse than others. On January 20th, there were 4 2 in Florida, 1 in Pennsylvania, 1 in Alabama. January 17th, there were 3. 1 in Nevada, 1 in Missouri, 1 in New Jersey. Oh boy, so many mass shootings, and it's only been 2 months. Look at it. Look at the list. I'm still going up, still going up, still going up, still going up. Oh, there we go. There's the top of the list. Last shooting was in Alabama, in Frisco County. 6 people were injured in a shooting at an early morning bonfire. Just enjoying a lovely bonfire, and then they get shot. Okay, that's fun. My dogs. What? The Canadians who moved to Russia to avoid the queer agenda. Oh, I remember that. I saw that. That was who talked about that first? I think it was Majority Report who talked about that one first. That's talk about irony. My God. Average of 3 shootings per day. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's nuts. It's out of control. All right, this one I'm gonna watch.
Welcome back. This weekend
is entitled 2 years since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, a look into the state of the war. Woof. So much doom. So much doom.
Mark 2 years since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It has
Hey,
led
look
to
who
a
it
refugee
is.
crisis
Anti-corporatist.
and hundreds of thousands.
Welcome.
Dead on the battlefield. A former ambassador to Ukraine will join us to discuss strategy and the high stakes for the future. But we begin with Patrick Reevell, who has a look at the state of the war in tonight's Prime Focus.
2 years ago, Russian forces poured over Ukraine's northern border, driving through here towards Kyiv in their failed attempt to seize the capital. Now, Ukraine is constructing an elaborate new defense line along its northern frontier. Workers putting down barbed wire, digging networks of trenches and bunkers.
So these are tank traps, and to stop infantry as well, the barbed wire. And then there's another line over there.
Ukrainian officials say a renewed Russian drive on Kyiv is unrealistic. But as the war reaches its second anniversary, Ukraine is digging in, with its prospects in the war now more worrying than at any other time since the start of the invasion.
Ukraine is building fortifications like this all along its northern border. And not just on the northern border, but all over the country, because it's trying to prepare for a potentially long defense.
Hopes that were born of Ukraine's astonishing resistance have turned to anxiety as American aid falters and Russia is once again on the offensive. For much of the last year, Ukraine and the West allowed themselves to dream that a Ukrainian counteroffensive armed with Western weapons could inflict a stunning blow on the Kremlin.
Anti-Corpus was too hungry, so aborted sleeping. Wow. Welcome to the Weekend Duma Report on Galactic News Network.
The counteroffensive launched in June, liberating a small string of villages.
Oh boy. Is it quiet? Is it quiet? Hold on, I can turn it up. I can try and turn it up a little bit. We've been having level problems, because when we go through different videos, all these different channels have different volume settings on their, you know, like they've all used different levels, so it's hard for me to gauge what listeners are hearing. So I always appreciate people telling me in chat that things are quiet. Okay, I'll make it a little louder. A little louder now. A little bit louder now.
We're here in the village of Neskuchna that was liberated by Ukrainian troops a few weeks ago. Almost every building in this village is damaged. You can see though over here, the Ukrainian flag is now flying.
But that was all the counteroffensive managed. It advanced.
Part of the problem for me right now is that my stream software is it's having some sort of a glitch right now that's causing me to not be able to see the levels in real time, so I'm struggling. But I didn't want to end the stream just because of that, so thankfully I have you people to help.
Only a few miles, unable to break through the dense defense lines and minefields Russia had prepared. The war was still putting intense pressure on Russia. In June, Yevgeny Prigozhin, leader of the Wagner mercenary group, mutinied, marching on Moscow. But Prigozhin's mutiny also failed. Within 2 months, he would be dead, killed by a bomb that brought down his plane. And
yeah, the mic situation is somewhat complicated. Unfortunately, I don't use like a normal podcaster mic. I use a vocal mic for singing, so it doesn't pick up talking levels super easily, but I don't want to shout the whole time, so it's a delicate balance that I hope to remedy somewhat soon.
Since last fall, the war has shifted in Putin's favor. Moscow has now drafted hundreds of thousands of new troops. It has sourced ammunition and weapons.
What sort of software am I using? I'm gonna have to go back. I've missed so much. But the software I'm using is just the pretty standard OBS Streamlabs desktop.
For much of the last year, Ukraine and the West allowed themselves to dream that a Ukrainian counteroffensive armed with Western weapons could inflict a stunning blow on the Kremlin. The counteroffensive launched in June, liberating a small string of villages.
We're here in the village of Neskuchna that was liberated by Ukrainian troops a few weeks ago. Almost every building in this village is damaged. You can see though over here, the Ukrainian flag.
It's horrifying. I personally, I hate seeing these sorts of images just all the time. but it's important to look at them because it's what's happening right now. If we manage as human beings to make it another 100, 200 years, this stuff is all going to be in the history books.
Now flying.
Hopefully. Hopefully. Hopefully we're able to keep educating ourselves.
But that was all the counteroffensive managed. It advanced only a few miles, unable to break through the dense defense lines and minefields Russia had prepared. The war was still putting intense pressure on Russia. In June, Yevgeny Prigozhin, leader of the Wagner mercenary group, mutinied, marching on Moscow. But Prigozhin's mutiny also failed. Within 2 months, he would be dead, killed by a bomb that brought down his plane. And since last fall, the war has shifted in Putin's favor. Moscow has now drafted hundreds of thousands of new troops. It has sourced ammunition and weapons from Iran and North Korea, according to Ukrainian and US officials, while adapting to Western sanctions. Meanwhile, Ukraine's Western support faltered. Far-right Republicans, encouraged by Donald Trump, are blocking new aid packages. A bipartisan majority in the Senate forced through a new 60.1...
The framing of that is bullshit. The framing of that is fucking bullshit. Of course, ABC managed to sneak in some DOJ White House agenda stuff. Good job, ABC. But we all know that that aid package to Ukraine was linked to the IDF aid in Israel, and as we all know, that's a problematic decision that makes it so that to support one is to support the other, and I don't understand what the benefit of doing such a thing is. However, I'm not the one making the laws or the bills or the aid packages, so well, whatever. I guess we'll continue listening to ABC's brilliant take on this situation.
$1 billion package in February, but the Republican Speaker Mike Johnson is refusing to bring the bill to a vote in the House. President Biden and Republicans and Democrats who support more aid now looking at mechanisms for forcing a vote, believing it will pass if it can reach the floor. The White House today unveiling sweeping new sanctions targeting Russia to mark the anniversary. But with US funding now run out, Ukrainian troops are now facing increasingly dangerous ammunition shortages. Russia is pressing its advantage, last week finally capturing the key eastern city of Avdiivka. Russia still suffers.
I'd point out that if we're really concerned about those ammo shortages, then we should make it so that the bill is... I mean, I think there's I think it's a second bill, because one already was passed by Joe Biden, so I believe this is referencing a second bill, unless this is... Hold on, let me just double check something, just in case I'm making a mistake here. No, this came out a day ago, so I think there's a second aid package that they're dealing with right now. And win-win for them, lose-lose for us. AC, on point.
Bring tens of thousands of casualties, more than 300,000 Russian soldiers now dead or wounded, according to Western intelligence estimates. But Ukraine too estimated to have lost more than 100,000 troops. President Zelensky this week in a Fox News interview saying Ukraine will never surrender, but no US aid will mean far more dead.
So will Ukrainians survive without Congress support? Of course, but not all of us. And if we understand this price, if the world is ready for this, okay.
Slava Ukraina. Okay, I think that means free Ukraine, Teddy Cool. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm pretty sure. I guess I'm gonna look it up, just in case I've uttered something terrible and Teddy Cool has put some sort of nefarious chat in here. Oh, glory to Ukraine. Glory.
You will see it, but it's tragedy, and you will see that they will go. Putin will never stay, will never stop. He will go through Eastern Europe because he wants it.
Putin is projecting confidence, this week flying in a bomber. Putin saying the US should force Ukraine to negotiate on his terms. European countries too are now alarmed, fearful an emboldened Putin could threaten NATO. The question looming over everything, will the US continue to stand with Ukraine or not?
If the US stopped helping Ukraine, do you think Ukraine will lose this war?
Ні в якому разі у нас немає вибору. Ми боремось за своє виживання. Або ми переможемо, або не буде України.
And that is one thing that for sure remains unchanged since the beginning of this, the resolve of the Ukrainian people. Patrick joins us now.
Hey, hold on. Is chat pining for the days when you could drink under 21 right now? Jesus Christ, chat. Those days are long gone. So long gone that one might say they're nearly ancient. I'm just trying to check something here real quick before we go further. No, it's just not helping. No. Actually, I could be wrong. I'm doing research as we speak right now. I think that this new aid package to Ukraine is... They may have learned their lesson with all the criticism we've been giving. It appears, and I'm unfortunately not able to get a hold of the actual bill itself right now for some reason. However, it seems like this aid package, which is, I think it said $60 billion, is just for Ukraine. And it's Republicans who blocked it. And I would say shame on Republicans for that. Oh boy. Okay then. I guess. Yeah. Wow. Alright, we'll finish this.
From Kyiv. Patrick, you were there in Kyiv 2 years ago on the night of that invasion. What does it feel like there now compared to that night?
Hi, Phil. Yeah, it's been 2 years since that terrible night, and I've been walking around the center of Kyiv and really just sort of noticing the amazing difference, because I remember how completely silent and dark Kyiv was that night. We watched the first missile strikes from this balcony, and now Kyiv is completely different. You know, normal life has returned to an enormous degree here. You know, restaurants are working, there's traffic on the street, there are people, and that's an extraordinary symbol of, you know, the normality and how much that Ukraine has achieved in driving back Russia. But the war really does hang over everything still. You know, just a little while ago we had an air raid siren here, there have been airstrikes in other places around the country, and at the front line the war is perhaps the most intense that it has ever been. And I think, you know, as we cross over this second anniversary, the war now is, you know, at the most uncertain point that it's been for Ukraine since the full-scale invasion began. With USA deadlocked in Congress, Ukrainian forces are now really low on ammunition, and the war is tipping back towards Russia, which is pressing huge offensives in the south and in the east. I mean, European countries are starting to wake up now urgently to the danger, trying to raise more ammunition, but they can't fill the gap that is left by the US. And so what is decided in Congress in the coming weeks is really going to play a decisive role in deciding the future of this country. Phil?
Yeah, crucial decisions with the eyes of the world on them. Patrick Reevil from Kyiv. Patrick, thanks.
Well, I'm going to watch this now. Okay. Oh, I forgot. Did I not add this? Son of a bitch. Sorry, chat. Sorry. Oh my god. I messed up. I messed up, guys. I messed up real bad. I meant to save these both to the playlist and we skipped them both. So we're gonna hit these up. Oh, still more to do, somehow. Somehow. Even though we've done 2 streams in a row that were both more than 4 hours long. Sounds like AC's has some very colorful friends.
Welcome back. This weekend will mark 2 years since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It has led to a refugee crisis and hundreds of thousands dead on the battlefield.
Stop, web, stop. There we go. Continuing with Ukraine, we're going to look at this video entitled "Ukraine."
Ludmila Spiridonova left
Ukrainian
most of her
refugees in
belongings
Canada.
behind when she and her family fled their Odessa.
Stop. Thank you. All right, back here. Ukrainian refugees in Canada, will they ever return home? And this, I think, is good context for all of the right-wing bullshit stuff talking about, you know, Mexicans and South American, Latin American people coming to America and, well, in Canada. But it's not just them. And I think it's important to be fair and balanced. So let's look at more stuff here.
Ludmila Spiridonova left most of her belongings behind when she and her family fled their Odessa home the night she heard explosions 2 years ago.
And then I woke up my family. My husband was sleeping and my daughter was sleeping. I said, something happened. Let's go to our car.
They drove 24 hours to stay with a friend in Portugal. As the war intensified, they heard Canada was offering refuge. They came to Halifax in May of 2022 to start a new life. It hasn't been easy to be here while the war devastates Ukraine.
It's hard, like every day, especially when it's going on in the region where you're from, where is your family still with friends. It's like a nightmare.
More than 220,000 displaced Ukrainians have arrived in Canada under Ottawa's special immigration measures. Anyone left out of the 950,000 applications approved now has until the end of March to enter the country, causing an uptick in recent arrivals.
People coming now are mostly on their own. You know, they don't have a connection necessarily through friends or family. Their language skills might be a lot lower. There are challenges with finding work.
Organizations from coast to coast have pitched in over the past 24 months to fill any gaps in government supports.
There are three basic things that are missing: childcare, English classes, and jobs. And probably soon it's going to be places to live.
Even so, Ukrainian newcomers say Canadians have made a difference.
I was amazed at how many Canadian volunteers united to help Ukraine and to support us.
And, you know, this is the same. We should be as welcoming in Canada and America of immigrants who want to come to the country legally and, you know, want to be safe. You know, what's wrong with that? There should be nothing wrong with that. We should be embracing these people regardless of where they're coming from. You know, it's not about where they're from, it's about who they are.
What they want more than anything is an end to the war, although Spiridonova isn't sure she could move back. Even
you're wondering, AC is wondering if we can pretend to be Ukrainians and emigrate to Canada. Interesting strategy, gotta say. And Wireless Mike is talking about ups and downsides of being a musician. There's quite a few. There's quite a few for sure. As a former musician myself. Okay, let's see. I got another one for you. This one I meant to watch way back. Thankfully, the other one I forgot was in line with everything, but this one I meant to watch at the very beginning of the podcast, directly after the South Carolina results. Now, this is a CNN focus group of, I believe, Republicans saying, why, quote, why waste my time?
That's right. That's the next primary, Anderson, this Tuesday here in the state of Michigan. And we're not only with voters, we're with voters who are American heroes. These people are members of the Veterans of Foreign Wars Post 4553 in Southwest Detroit. It's nice to be with you. Thanks for inviting us. We are inside the post right here. We have two Republicans 2 Democrats. This gentleman and the 5 in the back, independents. We're going to ask you all because you all can.
My Dogs is a classical pianist. That's very interesting. I actually am a pianist as well. I wonder what your favorite classical composer is.
Oh, Democratic and Republican primary on Tuesday here. First of all, our 2 Republicans. This is Rich and Colleen. You saw Donald Trump won tonight. Do you think it's time for Nikki Haley to call it quits?
Yeah.
Why do you think so? She said she got almost 40% of the vote. That's 4 out of 10 South Carolinians who won her.
That's going to be a tough road, tough way to climb.
What do you think, Colleen?
I don't think that she has enough momentum to unify the Republican.
I love it when people like this, who are pretty clearly don't have a very well-rounded like understanding of politics, try and play like amateur poll scientist. Oh, she doesn't have the momentum and blah blah blah. It's like just give us an actual opinion. Are we supposed to be here listening to you and respecting your political science opinion? What's your degree in? Oh, but it's not that.
Party behind her.
Donald Trump is in legal trouble right now. He's in peril. Could be a convicted felon in the next few months. Could that possibly change your minds about voting for him in the general election once that comes?
Not at this time.
No.
Not at all?
No.
Doesn't
Not
faze
at-
you?
No.
Okay, think you might be too old?
Just a number.
Just a number. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
77.
77, okay. Young 77, right?
No.
Okay. And I'm not gonna,
Wait, is it?
I'm not going to ask your age. Don't worry.
Wait, hold on. Wait, pause that. Pause that. That is not the face of a young 77, gotta be honest. But hey, who am I to judge?
77, right?
No.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask your age. Don't worry about it.
Oh,
Gentlemen,
so polite.
2 Democrats.
So polite.
I want to ask you, you both told me that you are ready to vote for Joe Biden on Tuesday. Yeah. Same kind of question to them. Do you think that Joe Biden might be too old for this job?
No.
Why not?
Well, for one thing, I remember when at the end of Obama's term, they wanted him to run for president then, and he turned it down because of the way that the country treated the Obamas. He didn't want the job.
Okay.
He only decided to take the job once he found out, Trump was going to be president.
So you don't think he's too old for the job?
No, he's not too old.
What about you?
I think he's a little too old, but Biden is old. Trump is old, 4 years younger,
and
about the same age.
And tell me, Bill and Gitmo, tell me, you're both veteran, Vietnam veteran?
Yeah.
Does your hat says?
Ooh, I see some takes here. Bach, Liszt, yeah. I guess I'm more of a fan of Liszt than Bach. Bach is too contemporary for me. I mean, I enjoy Bach. I've definitely played Bach, but it's just not my favorite thing to play. And the thing is some of it is really beautiful and great, but I don't know. Counterpoint just gets so. It just for me, it just gets a little bit much. But Liszt, I could listen to Liszt for days.
Vietnam veteran. And you too, by the way?
Veteran.
Okay.
Oh,
And
Dogs was forced to play piano as a kid, then was finally allowed to give it up.
I am not a veteran.
But who are you here with?
All of my family is are
Okay,
veterans.
so we have spouses. We also have friends of veterans who are here also. Now, in the back, the independents. We first want to ask you, Jeff and Corey. Both of you have told me that you weren't sure if you were going to vote in the primary. You're independents, but you're leaning towards both of you, Nikki Haley. Tell me why, if you do vote.
Well, first of all, as we talked about earlier, I think the whole system is broken.
And that's why you're thinking of not voting.
Correct.
But why are you leaning towards Nikki Haley? What will convince you to vote for her on Tuesday?
Her speech.
Just now, her speech.
Just now, her speech.
Why you were impressed with the speech?
I was, and she actually gave me a spark of hope that there is some new blood that could do the country well.
And when did you serve?
It is so weird to hear like a Republican like supporting like a female, like a male Republican, especially like supporting a female candidate because it seems so antithetical to most of their beliefs. But hey, good on him. So woke. So woke. Unfortunately, Nikki Haley's policies are absolute garbage.
Where did you serve?
I served in Iraq in 2003.
Thank you for your service. Corey, what about you?
Pretty much the same thing. Just looking at the two factors of the age of the other two contestants and what's going to go on. It looks like if she.
I like how you call them contestants, like it's The Price is Right.
Yeah, well, that's
Honestly,
pretty much like it is.
Honestly, I gotta say, I don't know, and I can kind of tell just by this guy's hat. I don't agree with him on politics, but that was fucking hilarious and so on point, dude. Oh my god. That is maybe the most frustrating thing about this whole thing, is that it feels just like this sort of, it's like a popularity contest. Come on, guys. I'm going back. We're going to listen to that real quick one more time.
Just looking at the two factors of the age of the other two contestants and what's going to go on. It looks like if she.
I like how you call them contestants, like it's The Price is Right.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much like it is. Yeah, I'm glad you called it like that. So me and you both are on the same wavelength.
And tell me where you served and when you served.
Desert Storm, 93, United States Marine Corps.
Okay, this gentleman right in the middle is the commander of this post. Jeffrey, you're an independent also.
Yes, I am.
You said you're fed up and you're not voting.
I'm not voting in the primary.
Okay, but why aren't you voting in the primary? You could vote Democratic primary, Republican primary.
I can tell this guy
Why wait?
is one step away from being like, if he didn't think it would be negative for him as a person, he'd just be wearing like a Confederate flag.
My time.
Why is it wasting your time though?
No, you want me to, I vote in the election, but not in the primary.
Okay, so do you know who you're going to vote for in November?
Well, one, we're going to have to see who's alive. Two.
Alive, you mean? Oh.
The thing is, some of these takes, while I'm pretty sure I agree with most of these people, like I don't agree with most of these people on politics, like some of these takes are fucking hilarious. Like, what is up with these old people right now? We gotta wait to see if they're alive. I mean, pal, you're like a day away from Trump and Biden, but hello. Okay.
You think people are old?
They're both 80 years old.
Yeah, Nikki Haley though too. 52.
Old. That's so
well,
true.
See if
Sir.
Nikki Haley wins the nomination. We got to see who's the dog in the fight.
So you'd consider Nikki Haley?
I don't really follow politics.
Tell me where you served.
Iraq and
even on the
0405, Afghanistan, 2010, 2011.
Thank you for your service. Gentlemen, I want to ask you the same question. This is Don and Pancho. Don,
I am so sick of that. Stop telling me to tell all veterans, thank you for your service. Okay? This guy could have been discharged, for, committing who knows what, right? Just because you are a veteran does not make you a good person. Oh God, and I don't owe you anything. Go fuck off. All right, sorry.
Dependent, you tell me that you're a strong Trump supporter, though.
I'm Sal.
Oh, so I apologize.
Yeah, it's okay.
I apologize.
Yeah.
I talked to a man named Don who left us.
Yeah, he
supposed to
left.
sit in that very chair.
Correct.
Yeah, but anyway, Sal, accept my apology. Tell me where you served, by the way.
I served in Iraq 2003 and 4.
Okay, you told me though you were a strong Trump supporter. Correct?
I am.
How come you're not a Republican?
Well, I am. Technically, I am, but I'm not happy with the with the RNC, the National Committee, how it's been run.
Why is that?
Well,
yeah, AC. My father was actually in the Marines long ago, so I know exactly that sentiment. God, what else did I miss in chat? So much going on. It's hard to keep up. Anyway, I think we've seen enough of this. Clearly, Michigan voters are in favor of Trump pretty hard, which is bad because we need Biden technically to win. Although, fuck me for even trying to saying it, because I am still so torn, not between Trump and Biden, but between permanently becoming a resident of the Galactic space station and I'm not even gonna say my second one actually, now that I think about it. But point is, the fact that Biden is our best option right now is freaking nuts. These people seem pretty disenfranchised. And I'm not sure, they didn't really make it clear how this focus group was put together or anything else. So I'm just gonna do this.